Chapter 516. I know, great ancestor. However, I really can't say anything about this, Lu Feng understood. Although he felt sorry for Yu Qingran, she was still a member of the Yu family. She had nothing to do with the Lu family. Therefore, if the Lu family acted rashly, it would go against the morals of the Lu family. Therefore, Lu Feng was worried that the Lu family wouldn't act. The great ancestor smiled gently. His eyes were filled with indescribable benevolence. Lu Feng, if I really can't make a decision on this matter, then we will do as your second ancestor said. I will act with him and your two patriarchs. In this world, even if it's a peak race, as long as there's no supreme divine king, the four of us won't be afraid at all. Looking at the grand ancestor, Lu Feng revealed a strange expression. The great ancestor's smile became even more benevolent. You don't have to be surprised. Although it's inconvenient for the Lu family to act, it doesn't mean it's inconvenient for us. For the sake of our blood relatives, we could be willful just this once. What can we do? You, Lu Feng, are our blood relatives. You share the most direct bloodline with us. We are all the people closest to you. As your closest elders, what can we do if we protect our own children and grandchildren and help them out once? Lu Feng was silent. He was extremely silent. At this moment, he really couldn't say anything. The only thing he could do was nod his head firmly. Time passed slowly. Lu Feng sat quietly in the same spot. At this moment, his heart was calm. After receiving the great ancestor's promise, Lu Feng didn't have to worry about anything. No matter how strong the Yu family was, there wouldn't be a supreme of the other path. Given the strength of the four patriarchs, no one in the current era could suppress them unless a supreme made a move. Finally, after waiting for 2 hours, the second patriarch appeared. At this moment, Lu Feng stood up from the ground. He looked at the second patriarch with an anxious expression. Although the great ancestor and second ancestor had said so, Lu Feng didn't want them to go against their family's wishes and do something they would regret. Lu Feng relaxed slightly when he saw the second grandmaster's smiling face. Second ancestor, what's the result? Second patriarch was still smiling. He gently waved his arm at Lu Feng, indicating that Lu Feng should not be so excited. Lu Feng nodded and stood there quietly. Looking at Lu Feng, the second ancestor fell silent for a moment before speaking. Lu Feng, the family's ancestors are very pleased with your performance. The primogenitor has agreed to your request this time. In an instant, Lu Feng revealed an extremely excited expression. The clan had agreed. This time, the Lu family was willing to make a move. They were willing to break off relations with the Yu family for his sake. When he saw Lu Feng's excited expression, the second patriarch added, "However, Lu Feng, things are not as simple as you think." Lu Feng nodded gently. He looked at the second patriarch and waited quietly for him to continue. The second patriarch didn't hesitate. Although we don't mind if you act so overbearingly, it will still cause damage to the family's reputation. After all, Yu Qingran is a member of the Yu family. She has no relationship with the Lu family. There is no substantial relationship between you and her. Of course, if there is no other choice, we will still make a move. Lu Feng nodded gently. Indeed, the relationship between him and Yu Qingran was only a childhood promise. There was no relationship between the two families. Therefore, if they made a move, people would think that the Lu family was too overbearing and wanted to interfere in everything. However, there is an opportunity this time, an opportunity that the Yu family cannot refuse. The second patriarch pondered for a moment before a strange smile appeared on his face. I'm afraid that when the Yu family made that promise, they would never have dreamed that you would appear in the Lu family. This is their mistake. About 10 years ago, when the Yu family's grand ancestor descended on the human king planet, there was an intense conflict between the younger generation of the Lu family and the younger generation of the Yu family. I think you should be able to understand a little about this. Lu Feng was silent for a moment before he nodded gently. Indeed, the younger generation of the Yu family had given Lu Feng a bad impression. The two people he had met were a genius and a demon from the Yu family. Both of them were lawless, arrogant, and ignorant. They had always looked down on the people of the Lu family, whose bloodline was thin Thus, it was within their expectations that they would clash with the direct descendants of the Liu family. Of course, all of this had something to do with him. Back then, the younger generation had made an agreement. After 10 years, one of the younger generation of the two families would come out and represent the two families in a battle. Whichever family won could make a request to the other. As long as it did not go against the foundation of the family, they would have to agree. Even if the other party asked for a ninth-grade divine object, they would still have to agree. Lu Feng nodded gently. At this moment, a bright light appeared in his eyes. This was a glow of excitement. Lu Feng knew that the Yuyo family did not have good intentions when they had made this agreement. After all, Lu Feng had failed to awaken at that time, and the overall bloodline of the Liu family was extremely thin. The only genius and demon who could fight was the Dongwang Lu Luo. At that time, the Yuyo family must have believed that Lu Luo, who had lost the help of his bloodline, could not be compared to the Western Emperor Yuyo at all. Therefore, they had made such a rule. Now, Lu Feng had appeared. Even after 10 years, he had reached the level that he was now, and was comparable to any of the younger generation's great achievements. This, on the other hand, was convenient for him. Second Patriarch, I understand, he said. This battle, I will not fail. Give me some time, and I will reach the pinnacle of the realm below the demigod realm. With my twin souls, I will face the Yuyo family. As long as his battle strength has not reached the true god realm, I will not be afraid of anything. Lu Feng was absolutely confident. Back then, he was only at the upheaval transformation stage and the peak of the spiritual psyche master. Under the limit of his battle strength, he could temporarily become a deity. Now that he had advanced by a large level, his ultimate slaughter was comparable to that of a true god. Hearing this, the second ancestor's eyes shone brightly. Good. When you are complete, the four ancestors will personally appear and accompany you to fulfill the promise of the past. Lu Feng nodded fiercely. Ancestor, give me 28 days. You can tell the Yuyo clan that in 28 days, I, Lu Feng, will be able to shake the entire galaxy. 28 days. This month's time had not been completed yet. In that case, Yuyo Qingran would not have to suffer any more pain. Therefore, no matter what, Lu Feng had to reach the pinnacle of the realm within these 28 days. The second ancestor nodded gently. Then, if you need anything in these 28 days, just say the word. The younger generation of the Liu family has been oppressed for 15 years. Now, it is time to seek justice. Lu Feng could clearly see the cold light in the eyes of the second ancestor, the great ancestor, and the other two ancestors. When a younger generation was young, these ancestors did not care much. However, those were their direct bloodline. How could they act as if nothing had happened when their own bloodline was being bullied? Now, Lu Feng had appeared. Then, the younger generation of the Liu family would truly return to the pinnacle of the universe's younger generation. 28 days was not a long time. Of course, it was not a small amount. To reach the pinnacle of the universe in 28 days was undoubtedly extremely difficult. However, this was also something Lu Feng had calculated long ago. Lu Feng did not walk out of the Pure Land. He chose to enter the path of inheritance. What Lu Feng needed now was to comprehend the chapters of the Human King's scripture regarding Heavenly King Dong and Human King Dong as soon as possible. Moreover, Lu Feng wanted to use the path of inheritance to raise his understanding of the martial way to the level of force. Lu Feng was confident that with his current comprehension ability, these comprehensions would not be too difficult. Sure enough, after only staying in the inheritance for 11 days, Lu Feng completed the comprehension of force and all the comprehension of Heavenly King Dong and Human King Dong. This kind of speed made the four old ancestors feel horrified. In their calculations, it would probably take at least 2 months for Lu Feng to comprehend all these. However, they did not expect that Lu Feng's comprehension ability was actually terrifying to such an extent. Looking at Lu Feng's figure consolidating with his eyes tightly shut, the second ancestor sighed deeply. Back then, when we said that Lu Feng failed and spent a lot of time to comprehend substance. I think we were all wrong back then. I'm afraid that the substance that Lu Feng comprehended back then was not just one type. I'm afraid he has comprehended all 10 types of quality. The great ancestor smiled and nodded. He believed that with the heaven-defying aptitude that Lu Feng displayed now, this must have been the case back then. Lu Feng's existence is too inconceivable. Back then, my ancestor, the human king, finally stepped onto the path when he was at the peak of his life. However, Lu Feng has already completed it. It seems that our human king, the Lu family, is destined to have our strongest voice in this era. Everyone agreed with the second ancestor's words. A day's time passed again. Finally, Lu Feng slowly opened his eyes. Looking at the 4 figures beside him, Lu Feng bowed respectfully. Ancestor, I'm done. Plain, incomparably plain. One had to know that regardless of whether it was comprehending the contents of the Wang Dong chapter of the Human King scripture or comprehending the existence of intent, it was something that was enough to make any monstrous genius excited. However, this matter was so easy and natural for Lu Feng. It was as if this was nothing at all. Although the 4 great ancestors felt strange in their hearts, they didn't show it on their faces. They nodded their heads lightly. Lu Feng, we have prepared everything you need. The Lu family also has the time realm. It's just that our Lu family's time realm is relatively small. However, it's definitely enough for you to cultivate. Upon hearing this, a strange look appeared in Lu Feng's eyes. Previously, he had told the great ancestors that he needed to enter the time realm to cultivate for a period of time in order to evolve everything about him to the peak. Back then, he had thought of the Federal University's time realm. Lu Feng also understood that, given his status as Dao Songtian's disciple, it was simply not difficult for him to enter the time realm. Therefore, he had hoped that the Lu family could get one of the great ancestors to quickly send him to the capital administrative planet. However, Lu Feng hadn't expected that the Lu family would also have the time realm. In that case, everything would be easy to handle. In that case, Lu Feng won't hesitate anymore. Ancestor, please send Lu Feng into the time realm. I want to cultivate for a period of time in the time realm to improve my comprehension and my cultivation as a psychic to the peak. The great ancestor nodded gently and directly led Lu Feng out of the pure land of bliss and into the Lu family's time realm. Chapter 517. The Lu family's time realm couldn't compare to the time realm of the Federal University. After all, the Federal University's time realm was basically a continent of time. Besides the Emperor family, there seemed to be no other place in the world that could compare to the Federal University. Furthermore, the Lu family's time realm also had a shortcoming. It was basically the same as the time realm of the foreign battlefields. Every time one wanted to use it, they would have to spend a lot of resources. Of course, these resources were nothing to the Lu family. Compared to the foreign battlefields, the time acceleration of the Lu family's time realm was much higher. After all, the highest acceleration level there was 50 times. 50 times was more than enough for Lu Feng to use. Lu Feng stayed in the time realm for 2 days. 2 days was equivalent to 100 days in the time realm. During these 100 days, Lu Feng had already taken elixirs and raised his telekinesis grade completely. While he was on the 2nd level of the sky-piercing Fudu, he had also raised his martial path comprehension to the highest level. While cultivating on the 2nd level, Lu Feng could vaguely sense that he should be able to enter the 3rd level. However, when he thought about the urgency of time, he still chose not to enter. Lu Feng had a vague feeling that if he were to enter the 3rd level this time, it would take a very long time. It wouldn't be long before Yuyo and Qingran would suffer the same treatment again. Naturally, Lu Feng wouldn't enter the 3rd level. 2 days later, Lu Feng returned to the pure land of bliss. Now 14 days have passed. There are only 14 days left before the competition begins. The Grand Ancestor's voice also carried a slightly strange tone. During this time, they could clearly sense Lu Feng's progress. Therefore, they were also looking forward to this competition. After all, The Liu family had been suppressed too miserably in the past 15 years. The significance of this battle is not only because of the Netherfeather family, but also because of the billions of young people in the universe. The Liu family wanted to let these people know that the Human King's Liu family had never withered. Now, it was the era of the Human King and Liu family's rise. And in the future, a new terror would appear. The Imperial Liu family would become even more dazzling. There are still 14 days left. Liu Feng, how do you plan to use this time? Others might not have understood, but Second Patriarch vaguely understood Liu Feng's plan. Previously, he had heard from Liu Mu that Liu Feng's cultivation method required endless tribulations to break through. Before the battle with the Demon King's clone, Liu Feng had also done something crazy in order to quickly improve and break through. During the battle with the Demon King, the entire universe witnessed Liu Feng's crazed terror for the first time. Therefore, he had already guessed Liu Feng's next choice. Sure enough, Liu Feng started asking questions. Patriarchs, may I ask if there is an extremely dangerous environment around our Liu clan? It is an area full of danger. Once my cultivation method breaks through the limits of a major realm, the limits of a minor realm will be a joke. As long as there is enough training, I can easily advance. In 14 days, as long as the environment is sufficient, I can definitely raise my cultivation level to the peak of perfection. I wonder if you know of such a place. They all had a vague understanding of the uniqueness of Liu Feng's cultivation method. Therefore, they were not too surprised by Liu Feng's words. Second Patriarch smiled faintly. I knew you planned to do so. Therefore, after returning, I have already found the place you need. 14 days. Liu Feng and Second Patriarch had disappeared for a total of 14 days. When Liu Feng returned in 14 days, his entire body was emitting a supreme and terrifying aura. This was the feeling of being at the peak of perfection. One could clearly sense an aura of destruction from Liu Feng's body. When a great ancestor sensed the aura from Liu Feng's body, a slightly strange expression appeared on his face. However, when he looked at the second ancestor, he was momentarily stunned. This was because the great ancestor actually saw a look of reverence in Second Patriarch's eyes. During these 14 days, Liu Feng had been quietly cultivating in an extremely terrifying environment. This environment was a world filled with an aura of destruction. This was a planet that was about to die. It was violently disintegrating, and there was only a short amount of time left. The planet was filled with all kinds of terrifying calamities. Even a demigod would find it difficult to survive in this calamity and would be annihilated in a moment. However, Liu Feng had performed one miracle after another. Every time Liu Feng fell, it seemed as if he would never be able to get up again. But he would stand up again and again. This craziness deeply shocked the Second Patriarch, who was an unrivaled almighty. From this moment on, the Second Patriarch no longer had any doubts about Liu Feng's future prospects. He knew that Liu Feng had such astonishing aptitude and terrifying willpower. Thus, all the obstacles to reaching the peak in the future no longer existed. As long as Liu Feng was willing, any peak would no longer be a peak. Finally, on the 14th day, Liu Feng broke through one barrier after another and reached the next peak of his life. Countless disciples of the Liu family had gathered on the plaza and were quietly waiting for the Patriarch to appear. They were very puzzled. They did not understand why the Patriarch had gathered them all. However, since the Patriarch had summoned them, they had to appear. Time passed quickly, and it was noon. At this moment, 4 figures slowly appeared on the square. When the disciples saw the 4 figures in the sky above the square, all of them were completely stunned. They had thought that the Patriarch who had summoned them was just an ordinary Patriarch. However, when they saw the 4 figures, they realized that they had been wrong. They had been completely wrong. It's actually the 4 patriarchs. The Great Patriarch and the other 3 patriarchs were the publicly recognized 4 supreme patriarchs of the Liu family. They were also the 4 supreme elders of the Liu family. Although they had not appeared for hundreds or thousands of years, in everyone's opinion, The four of them were the pillars of the Lu family. Any one of them was enough to represent the existence of the Lu family. When the four of them appeared at the same time, it symbolized the ultimate manifestation of the Lu family's will. The great patriarch, who was floating quietly in the air and watching the countless clansmen, smiled with satisfaction. Although many disciples of the direct line of descent had had their blood extracted, causing their own bloodlines to become thin, the same was true for the side branches. However, to the side branches, this didn't have much of an impact. Therefore, their strength was still incomparably terrifying in this era. Among all the side branches of the Divine King family, the Lu family was still considered the most powerful. After a moment of silence, the great patriarch's voice rang out slowly. This time, I have gathered all of you here to announce some things. Nobody said anything. The great patriarch's was the will of the Lu family. Nobody dared raise any objections when he spoke. Sweeping his gaze over the crowd, the great patriarch's voice spread clearly to every corner of the human king planet. The candidate for the current young master of the Lu family has been decided. Do you all know who he is? All the disciples remained silent. They just stood quietly where they were. They naturally knew who the great patriarch was talking about. A long time ago, the Lu family had already announced that Lu Feng would be the current young master of the Lu family. In fact, he would be the most respected young master in the history of the Lu family. Unfortunately, Lu Feng's existence was really unfamiliar to most of the children of the Lu family. In the past, these people wouldn't have cared at all about who the young master was. However, things were different this time. Many of the children of the Lu family's side branches already had another candidate in mind. He was also an evildoer. He was the Emperor of Slaughter, whose name shook the galaxy. He was Lu Luo of the Dongwang Empire. When the younger generation of the Lu family had withered away, he had relied on his own strength to raise the hopes of the Lu family. It could be said that in the hearts of the younger generation, Lu Luo was fully deserving of the title of Young Master. After all, everyone had seen and remembered everything he had done for the younger generation of the Lu family. In comparison, Lu Feng was just a person with an empty reputation who hadn't made any actual contributions. He wouldn't be of any help to them. Of course, it was normal for most people to think this way. After all, given their status, they had no way of coming into contact with those big secrets. At the very least, they had no way of knowing anything that had happened to Lu Feng in the foreign battlefields. Although this was the case for the majority, there were always some exceptions. There were also some members of the Lu family who vaguely knew about Lu Feng's existence. Even though they only knew a little about Lu Feng, they still knew a little about him. However, these small details were enough to terrify them. These people all understood that Lu Feng was known as the Emperor of the East, while Lu Feng was the Emperor of the East. One was a young emperor, while the other was a young paragon. The difference between the two was just too big. These people who understood everything were naturally overjoyed by Lu Feng's return. After all, Lu Feng's return as the young master of the Lu family meant that in the future, the Lu family would continue to be invincible. In the chaotic galaxy of the future, the Human King's Lu family would definitely be the most powerful family. Seeing the strange expressions of the people below, the Grand Ancestor only smiled softly. These people's reactions were also within his expectations. However, the Grand Ancestor wasn't worried about anything. He knew that as long as Lu Feng released his own prestige, even the Divine King would have to acknowledge his status. He had never doubted this point. From today onwards, the young master of the Lu family is Lu Feng, and he has the same authority as the family head. The family head of the Lu family is in charge of all the power of the family, and the young master Lu Feng is in charge of the Elders' Council. Chapter 518. At this moment, everyone was dumbfounded. They looked at the Grand Ancestor in the void with disbelief in their eyes. Controlling the Council of Elders. Was that even possible? Was that even possible? What kind of existence was the Council of Elders? It was the Lu family's final trump card. It might not be of much use during normal times, but at the most critical moment, the Council of Elders would be the one to decide everything. All along, the leadership of the Elders' Council had always been held by one of the 4 Grand Elders. Even the Liu family's patriarch did not have a right to do so. But now, they had actually given the supreme authority to control the Liu family's Council of Elders to Liu Feng. This was too shocking and terrifying. The authority of the patriarch to control the Council of Elders. If he already controls the Council of Elders, he might even be able to abolish the patriarch's position at the most critical moment. Is that the same as the patriarch? He's completely above the patriarch's authority. Patriarchs, what exactly are you thinking? What are they trying to do? No one dared to raise a ruckus or question the Grand Ancestor's decision. They could only communicate, discuss, and express the horror in their hearts through voice transmissions. The Grand Ancestor glanced at them, but did not say anything else. Then, he and the other 3 Grand Ancestors flew toward the Human King Hall. When the 4 Grand Patriarchs disappeared, another figure appeared in the void. The moment they saw this figure, many existences once again bowed respectfully. Greetings, Patriarch. The figure in the sky was the Liu family's current patriarch. He was also the Liu family's great-grandfather and Liu Xiaoran's father. He had been in seclusion for a few years and had never participated in any of the family's decisions. Of course, the family's decisions did not require his participation. And now, when the time limit of 10 years had arrived, he had finally appeared one step after another. Every step he took was like the solidification of time and space. It was as if heaven and earth were being replaced. Time and space seemed to be retreating. This was the majesty of a king. Moreover, it was not the glory and majesty of an ordinary king. This was actually a peerless king. Liu Feng's great-grandfather, the head of the Liu family, was actually a peerless almighty. He was a virtual king that was at least above the Tier 5 virtual king realm. Shocking the world, shocking the world. After all, Liu Feng's great-grandfather was only a little over 100 years old. The patriarch of the Liu family, on the other hand, had become a peerless great ancestor of the various races during this period of time. Terrifying, truly incomparably terrifying. Given his aptitude, he was at least the Emperor of Massacre. Perhaps he was even at the pinnacle of the Emperor of Massacre. Plus, this family head definitely had an extreme martial intent. Otherwise, even if the Liu family's resources were abundant, he wouldn't have been able to reach the almighty realm in such a short time. After a few steps, he was already standing in the void. His might was completely unleashed at this moment. Although he was far from being a match for the great ancestor in terms of strength, the might of the Liu family's patriarch was unparalleled and terrifying. He stood there quietly, the condensation of countless heroic souls of the Liu family's countless years. His existence was a supreme, noble existence. As he swept his gaze over the crowd, his might started to spread. Everyone who felt the gaze of the head of the Liu clan unconsciously lowered their heads. No matter how noble they usually were, no matter how much power they usually held, they had to stand respectfully at this moment and look at the person who held the most power in the world with reverence. At the moment, they couldn't even use voice transmissions. They could only stand quietly on the spot with their heads lowered and wait for everything to happen. Finally, after a round of scanning, the Liu family's patriarch's voice was heard. This time, Liu Feng has become the young master of the Liu family and enjoyed many special privileges. This was decided by many of the Liu family's patriarchs. Anyone can voice their objections, but we don't care. Domineering. This was incomparably domineering. No matter who he faced, he would always be incomparably domineering. This was the patriarch of the Liu family. You can disagree. You can have your own opinions. Unfortunately, I don't care. I don't care how dissatisfied or dissatisfied you are. I won't pay any attention to you. Liu Feng is the young master. The few of us have already decided that he is the young master. Therefore, even if anyone has any objections, they can't sway us. They can't change anything. Below, there was still silence. Absolute silence. Everyone knew the patriarch of the Liu family's character. After all, it was universally acknowledged. This patriarch was the most domineering patriarch in the history of the Liu family. As he looked at the many descendants, the patriarch of the Liu family nodded gently and spoke again. I know that you don't understand our decision. You think that a freak like him shouldn't be able to enjoy such treatment. Many of you think the same. This young master position should belong to Liu Luo. The patriarch of the Liu family didn't beat around the bush. He directly said what was on everyone's mind. None of them denied his directness. Another distinctive characteristic of the Liu family was their straightforwardness. They were very simple and straightforward when it came to matters. The patriarch of the Liu family smiled faintly and swept his gaze over the crowd again. Then, he said, Liu Luo is not bad. When a younger generation of the Liu family was dying out, I managed to preserve the dignity of the Liu family. However, he was unable to lead the Liu family to the pinnacle. He was unable to help the Liu family regain the unrivaled dignity of our ancestors during the era of the human monarch. He can't. I can't. The ancestors of the Liu family can't either. Even at this point, the Liu family's clan head paused for a moment. Then, he said something even more shocking. Even the ancestors of the Liu family can't do it either. This time, the crowd was in an uproar. Countless people were shocked into an uproar. They had never imagined that the patriarch of the Liu family would actually say something like this in public. This was simply world-shaking, incomparably world-shaking. Countless discussions broke out all around. However, the patriarch of the Liu family remained calm in the face of all this. In the human monarch hall, the great ancestor smiled faintly when he heard this. However, this smile wasn't one of mockery or ridicule. It was a doting smile. Xia Shunzi is still as insolent as ever. He likes to say things that shock people. The name of the current patriarch of the Liu family was Liu Shun. The second patriarch also smiled and nodded his head gently. Neither you nor I are suitable to become the patriarch of the Liu family. Only Liu Shun is suitable. He has worked hard all these years. Although he has worked hard, his temper is still the same. He is just too impulsive. If it weren't for Liu Feng, I'm afraid that he would still regret his decision on the day of his death. The third patriarch nodded his head gently. Back then, we all thought very highly of Xiaoran. Unfortunately, he broke the family rules. Of course, if he was willing to admit his mistake, he would at most receive some punishment. Are we really going to break them up? The Liu family is not afraid of the Sky Dao race. However, Liu Shun is just too impulsive. He actually expelled his own child from the family. If it weren't for Liu Feng's help, I'm afraid that Liu Shun would have spent the rest of his life in endless regret. The few of them nodded their heads gently. If it hadn't been for Liu Feng, how could Liu Xiaoran have returned? So this time, Liu Shun said those words. In addition to showing Liu Feng's status, it was also to repay Liu Feng's kindness. When they heard what Liu Shun had said, many people simply couldn't stay calm. They exchanged glances and saw the shock in each other's eyes. They couldn't believe that Liu Feng had actually been treated this way by the Liu family. The Liu family's head couldn't do it. The patriarch couldn't do it. The four high patriarchs couldn't do it. Even the supreme grade ancestor couldn't do it. Everyone else couldn't do it, but Liu Feng could. Liu Shun didn't say anything. He wanted to wait for these people to calm down. This was because he knew that what he had just said was too shocking. After a long time, the discussion didn't stop. Instead, it became even more intense. Finally, someone who knew of Liu Feng's existence spoke up. Actually, the family head is right. Everyone looked over at the same time. However, when they saw the identity of the person who had spoken, they fell silent. They were waiting for an explanation. The person who had spoken wasn't someone with a very high status. However, what he knew was incomparable to what these people knew. This person was a member of the Liu family's intelligence center. He was in charge of organizing information. Therefore, he knew a lot of things. What do you mean, Liu Yuan? Is Liu Feng really that terrifying? The few people around them didn't say anything, but that didn't mean that everyone else was silent. Finally, someone who wasn't convinced spoke up. He wanted to hear the truth that would convince them. Liu Yuan was silent for a moment. A moment later, a look of reverence and fanaticism appeared on his face. When they saw this, the other members of the Lu family exchanged glances. Just thinking about one person's past achievements made them have such an expression. This was undoubtedly inconceivable. At this moment, many people vaguely felt that this Lu Feng seemed to be really that terrifying. Others might not know about the Battle of Young Master's rise, but as someone who specializes in collecting and organizing information, I am incomparably clear about it. His first battle was in the Cymbidium. At the time, he was only a mid-grade warrior. However, his opponent was a martialist. A true martialist. At the time, the young master relied on his unparalleled willpower to actually defeat a martialist. Chapter 519. In an instant, everyone had strange expressions on their faces. Among the ranks of warriors, one's cultivation level was not very obvious. However, to defeat a martialist at the level of a mid-level warrior was undoubtedly a freak. The only freak in the Lu family was Lu Luo himself. He was the Emperor of Massacre, a freak at the peak of the Fifth Order Emperor realm. Someone looked at Lu Yuan and said disdainfully, "He has the bloodline of our younger generation. It is not surprising that he can do this. If young Master Lu Luo also had the bloodline, he would definitely catch up with Lu Tao and become the second king of Massacre in the Lu family's history." Lu Yuan smiled coldly when he heard these words, which were filled with disdain and defiance. "If you really think so, then you're making a big mistake. Did you know? The young master was 16 years old at the time." 16 years old? In an instant, some people who knew a little about Lu Feng reacted. They seemed to have thought of something, and their faces were filled with shock and disbelief. However, there are also some people who seemed to be born to look at Lu Feng with disdain. Therefore, they were still mocking him. 16 years old? A 16-year-old mid-level warrior? Ha 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 ha. This is hilarious. He has the bloodline of the Lu family, yet he is only a mid-level warrior at the age of 16? What a joke. He is already 18 years old this year. I reckon he hasn't even broken through to become a martialist yet. What's the use of having such a freak? He is simply tarnishing the bloodline of the human monarch Lu family. These mocking voices rang out continuously, but Lu Yuan did not seem to care. His face was filled with indifference. He did not stop. Instead, he continued. In the following days, the young master kept breaking through. In the massacre abyss, he shocked everyone and suppressed everyone with his supreme power. In 3 days, he went from the son of Massacre to the position of the Emperor of Massacre. When he was bestowed the title of Emperor, he called himself the Emperor. Many high-level warriors of the Emperor of Massacre did not submit to him. Then he single-handedly battled 5 Emperors of Massacre of the same level. In an instant, all the people who had mocked Lu Feng shut their mouths. Their eyes were filled with a strong sense of shock. Fighting against 5 slaughter emperors of the same level all by himself. Not to mention whether or not he had such strength. Just this courage alone was enough to make him a supreme being in this world. That battle ended in a draw. However, everyone once said that if the young master had used all his trump cards, then the 5 emperors of slaughter would not have been his match. Then, the young master went to the Tianyan galaxy and met the young master of the Mu clan. The young master of the Mu clan was a monstrous genius, but he used his terrifying power to suppress the young master of the Mu clan, who was at a higher level than him. However, young master was attacked by a supreme martial artist, and his whereabouts are unknown. At that time, the Federation was in an uproar. All the pinnacle existences of the universe were in an uproar. Just when everyone thought that the young master had fallen, he appeared in the Outland battlefield. That time, he once again made the entire universe go crazy for him. Some people knew about these things. However, most of the existences were completely unknown. When they heard this, it was as if they were listening to a miracle. At this moment, everyone was no longer unconvinced about Lu Feng. With these experiences, he could even become the young master of the Lu family. In the Outland battlefield, he faced the crown prince of the Heavenly Dao clan, Wang Qingyun. That battle shocked the world. Since then, the Battle of the Kings has begun. Countless existences sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard this. They knew about the existence of the Battle of the Kings, but they did not know that it was their young master who had started it. Then what happened? Did the young master win or lose? The Battle of the Kings had begun. What a great honor this was. Everyone wanted to know the final result of Lu Feng's battle. Lu Yuan smiled gently with a strong sense of pride. Young Master Lu Feng is unparalleled in this world. Unparalleled in this world. How could he lose? After he succeeded, he hid everything and transformed into the psychic master, evildoer Futu. With the identity of a peerless evildoer on the path of alchemy, he defeated the immortal king in the century-old age of alchemists. Then, as Futu, he fought hundreds of evildoers and geniuses from various clans who were stronger than him. In the end, he used a supreme immortal technique and killed hundreds of evildoers and geniuses in one go. In the following days, the young master continued to break through and challenge the king of Taboo, the Demon King. In the same place, he defeated the Demon King with his peak power. Since then, the young master has been recognized as the King of Taboo in the universe. He is the King of Taboo who has surpassed the 7th stage of the epic evildoer. Now, the young master's aptitude has surpassed the heavenly king and his father, the king of slaughter, Lu Tao. 2 years ago, he was on the verge of death in order to kill an evolutionary stage martial artist. Now, he is an invincible existence below the immortal level. The young master only used less than 2 years. Who can't be convinced by such an existence? Who could be unconvinced? At this moment, Lu Yuan's voice was slightly louder, full of excitement. Everyone who was questioned by him had completely shut their mouths. No matter how many problems they had, they couldn't say anything at this moment. At this moment, they finally understood what the Lu family head, Lu Shun, meant when he said those words. Yes, if they wanted to revive the Human King's Lu family and let the Human King's Lu family rule the universe again, they couldn't do it. Only Lu Feng could. Looking at the dull and silent expressions of those who had mocked him before, Lu Yuan suddenly laughed. Lu Yuan suddenly laughed. His laughter was full of ridicule and disdain. Lu Feng became the young master of the Lu family, not because the Lu family took pity on him, but because he has the strength to make the Lu family change all the rules. He is unparalleled in the world. No one could say anything to refute this. Lu Feng's experience in the past 2 years was definitely comparable to, or even surpassing the Human King's experience in the past. The Human King had already become a godly existence when he was 17 years old. However, Lu Feng's speed of advancement had already surpassed the Human King's. It could be said that in Lu Yuan's opinion, Lu Feng was already close to being comparable to the Human King's ancestors. This kind of existence could bear all forms of appellation. Lu Yuan took a deep breath and gazed at the indifferent figure of the Lu family head in the sky. There was a faint look of worship in his eyes. He knew that it wasn't easy to be like Lu Shun and hand over authority to his great-grandson so easily. However, he had let go just like that. This was also a kind of great willpower. The young master has many more legendary experiences. There are some things that even I don't know about. After all, these things were handled by the old ancestor at the very least. His legends are even more terrifying than these. Think about it. Lu Feng has become the young master. What right do you have to question him? Similar explanations kept appearing in the square. Lu Shun quietly floated in the air. His expression didn't change in the slightest. He knew that if Lu Feng's matter was exposed, no one would question his existence anymore. After a long time, the square finally quieted down. No one said anything else. Everyone was incomparably silent as they quietly looked at Lu Shun. Seeing this scene, Lu Shun smiled gently. He slowly opened his mouth and said, "I don't think you're questioning young Master Lu Feng's qualifications." Everyone was silent. After hearing such a story, how could they dare to question Lu Feng's identity as the young master? Lu Shun glanced around and continued speaking. Actually, besides announcing Lu Feng's identity and authority, I've gathered all of you here for an even more important matter. It's about the agreement from 10 years ago. An agreement between the human king's Lu family and Emperor Yu Yu's bloodline. Hearing this, a glimmer of light appeared in the eyes of many existences. They didn't know about the existence of the agreement. It was because they heard the name of Emperor Yu Yu's bloodline. Over the years, although the Emperor Yu Yu's family was far from the human king's bloodline in terms of strength, however, they relied on the favor that the former Emperor Divine King gave the human king to suppress the Lu family. As the Lu family with the greatest bloodline inheritance since ancient times, how could they be willing to be suppressed like this? Now that they heard this, many existences seemed to realize that something they hoped for was about to happen. Most of you don't know what happened 10 years ago. You also don't know about the agreement at that time. Now, I'll tell you about it here. 10 years ago, the old ancestor of the Yu Yu's family made an agreement with the great ancestor. It was an agreement regarding a battle between the younger generation. 10 years later, which is today, the Yu Yu's family will produce a monstrous genius that will fight against a monstrous genius of my Lu family. The winner will receive a request. This is the content of the battle. The content was simple, but these people weren't idiots. They naturally knew that the real situation wouldn't be so simple. What was involved in this was definitely something very big. If it was in the past, they might be worried. After all, the strongest existence of the Lu family's younger generation was the Eastern Emperor Lu Luo. Although Lu Luo was the Emperor of Slaughter, his talent was heaven-defying. Because of the problem of his bloodline, he was definitely weaker than West Earth Emperor Rome. Therefore, this battle boded ill rather than well. But now it was different, because the Lu family had produced a taboo monarch. A taboo monarch that could make billions of races tremble, Lu Feng. His existence would lead the human king, Lu clan, back to the peak of the world. Fight! 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 No one knew when, but when someone shouted the word fight, everyone shouted the same word in unison. They had been suppressed for countless years. It was time for them to do something. Lu Yuan's face was filled with calmness. However, anyone could see the vigorous fighting spirit in the depths of Lu Yuan's eyes. Fight! That is to fight. If they want to fight, we will fight. When has the human king Lu family ever been afraid of fighting? Where is Lu Feng? Terrifying voices echoed between heaven and earth in an instant. In the next moment, everyone quieted down. It was also at this moment that the human king hall slowly opened. A figure slowly walked out of the ancient hall, bringing with him endless glory and prosperity. He brought with him a kind of supreme power that shocked the world and made everyone tremble. Lu Feng is here. His indifferent voice was unable to conceal that supreme battle intent, unable to cover up that matchless majesty. Lu Feng had finally appeared in front of the countless members of the Lu family. With a light step, he appeared beside Lu Shun as if he had crossed the limit of time and space. Seeing this, the pupils of many god-level existences of the Lu family constricted. Their eyes were filled with astonishment. These people naturally understood that what Lu Feng used just now was the profound mystery of space. In order to use this kind of profound mystery, one must have the strength of a god. In other words, the current Lu Feng had the strength of a god. How many years has it been? How many years has it been? It didn't seem to be 2 years. 2 years ago, Lu Feng was nothing. But now, he had become an existence with the strength of a god. This was too terrifying, too heaven-defying. Many existences knew that Lu Feng had passed his childhood. Although he still couldn't use many items as a god. As long as he wore a kind of crystal that could rapidly shatter the void, it would be impossible to kill him, unless it was a real king realm expert who wanted to kill him. Lu Feng, who had the strength of a god in his childhood, had really reached the realm of great success. Looking at the incomparably calm Lu Feng in the sky, Lu Shun's eyes were filled with an incomparably strange expression. The emotions contained within were incomparably complicated and incomprehensible. After a while, he sighed softly. Then, a solemn and majestic expression appeared on his face again. Lu Feng, do you have the confidence to win this battle? Lu Feng looked at Lu Shun quietly. After a while, a dazzling brilliance suddenly appeared at the corner of his mouth. At this moment, he was the only sinner between heaven and earth. His will represented unparalleled greatness and unparalleled majesty. There is no other way. I will definitely win. These 4 simple words expressed Lu Feng's determination and showed Lu Feng's attitude. As long as he appeared in this battle, he would definitely win. He would definitely win. He would definitely win. Other than this, there was no other possibility. Chapter 520. This was Lu Feng's promise, as well as Lu Feng's determination. In the eyes of outsiders and ordinary people, this battle only concerned the glory of the Lu family. However, to Lu Feng, this battle concerned her very existence. For her sake, Lu Feng had to win. He could only win. Evidently, Lu Shun also understood Lu Feng's confidence and determination to win. A satisfied smile hung from the corners of his mouth. Nodding his head gently, Lu Shun said slowly, "In that case, the Lu family's candidate for this battle against the Yuyo family will be you, Lu Feng." This time, the Lu family didn't send many people from the Yuyo family. However, their lineup was unprecedentedly strong. The 4 ancestral patriarchs had all made their move. The head of the Lu family had also appeared. More than 10 ancestral patriarchs, who were stronger than the virtual king, had stepped forward. As for ancestral patriarchs, there were more than 1,000 of them. The reason the Lu family had sent out such a terrifying lineup wasn't just to support Lu Feng. It was also to announce something. The human monarch Lu family had made a mighty return. From now on, the Lu family would no longer endure silently. They wanted to display their former peak majesty and unparalleled dominance in the universe. A team of more than 1,000 people majestically traversed through the void, causing a lot of commotion and waking up all the divine beings in the region. However, no one dared to ask about it, because such a lineup was enough to severely injure an ordinary peak Overlord race if no Supremes were to appear. The entire human race was in an uproar. Many entities that had received the news rushed frantically towards the Emperor Star System's Emperor Star. These people were all aware of the old grudge between the Yuyo family and the human monarch Lu family. They all understood that the Lu clan had mobilized such a terrifying lineup this time around. It was definitely not just because of the legendary promise from 10 years ago. Ancient powerhouses walked out of the Federal University on the capital administrative planet. They were also rushing towards the Emperor Star System's Emperor Star System. It was reasonable for the Federation government to send experts over. After all, in the Federation government represented the orthodoxy. This was equivalent to the existence of the dynasties of the various races. However, the appearance of such a strong person at the Federal University was suspicious. Most of the time, the Federal University was extremely silent. Even when the demons invaded the human race in the past, the Federal University was extremely silent. Although everyone knew that the Federal University didn't appear not because of cowardice, but because it wasn't time yet. That was because their personalities were like that. The existence of the telekinesis masters was indifferent. They didn't really care about such a battle for supremacy. But this time, there were actually so many existences that had awakened to watch this battle. This caused many existences to be shocked. However, even though they were surprised, they didn't worry about it. After all, the thing that received the most attention was Emperor Lu Feng, the confrontation between Yu Yu's line and the Human King's line. In just half a day, countless existences had awakened and were all rushing towards the Emperor's Star. The number of human powerhouses that had appeared this time was shocking. However, in the minds of these people, there wasn't the slightest bit of suspense in this battle. After all, Emperor Lu Feng was indeed terrifying. He was able to defeat a demon king that was a small level higher than him. However, his limit hadn't broken through to the deity level. A month ago, he had used the battle as an opportunity to break through to the upheaval stage. In that case, it was impossible for Lu Feng to break through within a month. As for the young master of the Yu family, West Earth Emperor Rong Yu, it was said that he had at least reached the demigod level 2 realm. In addition to his existence as the Emperor of Massacre, Lu Feng had no chance of winning against West Earth Emperor Rong. However, that was the case in theory. Nevertheless, many existences still came here. This was because they also hoped to see Lu Feng create another miracle. This was because all along, Lu Feng's victories had been piled up by countless miracles. This time, even though there was such a huge gap in strength, they still hoped to see another miracle. After half a day, there were no less than 100,000 deity-level powerhouses gathered outside the Emperor's Star. Such a number was absolutely horrifying. Back then, the human race had only announced that there were 50 deity-level powerhouses. However, there were more than 100,000 deity-level powerhouses outside the Emperor's Star. This was 2,000 times the number on the surface. Furthermore, everyone knew that the number of deity-level powerhouses of the human race was much, much higher than that. Once all the deity-level powerhouses of the human race appeared, the number of deity-level powerhouses would be many times greater than what it was now. This was the terrifying power of the former number 1 race of the present era. The deity-level powerhouses and many other existences that had come here were all here for the opportunity to witness this battle. Therefore, they had arrived much earlier than Lu Feng and the others. By the time Lu Feng and hundreds of Lu family patriarchs arrived, the entire periphery of the Emperor's Star was filled with countless terrifying, majestic auras. God-level existences did not need to descend at all to see everything that was happening on the planet. Moreover, the Emperor's Star would not allow ordinary deity-level powerhouses to descend at will. After all, God-level existences could easily destroy a star in the universe. Slowly, the void was torn apart, and thousands of existences finally walked out of the vast void crack. Their auras were unparalleled, and their majestic auras were unparalleled. The appearance of thousands of Lu family patriarchs shocked the void. These patriarchs were at least God-level existences, and the most powerful among them were the virtual king realm patriarchs. Any one of these existences was enough to shake a part of the universe. This time, there was far more than one of them. However, this was not the most shocking thing. What truly shocked and horrified everyone was the appearance of these people. The appearance of the 4 grand elders of the Lu family. That's the grand patriarch of the Lu family, Alchemy Saint Lu. He actually appeared. It's the second patriarch, the king of life and death. He was invincible and terrifying enough to contend with the divine king of chaos in the past. He once suppressed the divine king of chaos for an entire era. Although he had failed in the end, his name had always existed among those pinnacle powerhouses. I didn't expect him to actually appear. It's the Grand Yin King. That's the 3rd patriarch of the Lu family. In the past, he single-handedly slaughtered thousands of alien deities and dyed the universe red. Now, many alien race existences tremble endlessly at the mention of his name. His slaughter in the past was much more terrifying than Lu Tao's. It's hard to imagine that such a peerless killing god would actually appear. The 4th patriarch of the Lu family, that mysterious existence, has actually appeared. The terrifying existence that could escape and scathe from the Divine King has actually appeared. Back then, the Divine King chased him across half the universe. In the end, he relied on his own strength to escape. To think that such a mysterious existence would appear here as well. The 4 grand patriarchs of the Lu family have all appeared. All of them have descended. What are they trying to do? Could it be that this time, they aren't here for the competition, but to seize the opportunity to exterminate Emperor Yu Yu's bloodline? Although they knew that such a thought was incomparably laughable, these people couldn't help but say it. After all, everything that was happening before their eyes was too shocking and inconceivable. Such a lineup was still unfathomable in the current era. Even a peak Overlord race without a supremacy would be horrified by this Lu family. For invincible almighty existences, the power of the Lu family is enough to be called the number one under the supremacy. What exactly is the Lu family trying to do? In the void, similar guesses were constantly being made. Finally, a powerful and ancient aura was awakened within the Emperor planet. The peak experts of the UU family have finally awakened. An expert from the Federation government sighed softly. He could feel that familiar aura. This was the aura of an invincible almighty awakening. It was enough to make one tremble in fear. In an instant, more than 5,000 terrifying figures walked out from the UU Emperor planet. When they saw the 500 figures, many existences were completely shocked. 5,000 figures. They were actually 5,000 gods. The UU family actually had 5,000 gods as their foundation. This scene caused many existences to be horrified. An ordinary first-rate family would only have 300 to 500 gods. This is already considered not bad. But this time, the Yuyo clan directly displayed the strength of 5,000 heavenly deities. This is too terrifying. I'm afraid this is far from all that the UU family has. Otherwise, how could they display it so openly? However, even with such a lineup and 5 times more gods in the Lu family, they still can't be compared to the Lu family in terms of aura, because the peak experts are still lacking. There was only one invincible almighty that walked out from the UU Emperor's bloodline. These two were the grand ancestors of the UU family. Of course, many existences knew that although the number of grand elders in the UU Emperor's bloodline couldn't be compared to the Lu family, there were still 2 of them. However, they didn't expect that only the grand ancestor of the UU Emperor's bloodline would appear. The second grand ancestor didn't come out. However, when they remembered that this was the Emperor planet, they felt slightly relieved. On the Emperor planet, there was the endless foundation left behind by the former Emperor, the Divine King. With this foundation, the UU Emperor's bloodline wouldn't be afraid of facing the Divine King head-on. Therefore, the appearance of an invincible almighty, the grand ancestor of the UU family, was enough. This way, they wouldn't lose their status and wouldn't be seen as rude. It was a pity that the truth was as such. However, when they saw the 4 grand elders of the Lu family and only one invincible almighty from the UU Emperor's bloodline, they still felt that the gap in strength was too big. After all, the gap between 4 invincible almighties and 1 invincible almighty was too big. This wasn't something that 5,000 gods could make up for. Moreover, because of the bloodline, the UU family's existences of the same level couldn't be compared to the human king's bloodline. The grand ancestor of the UU family and the Lu family's grand ancestor were on the same level in terms of cultivation. However, once the battle started, no matter how long the battle lasted, the Lu family's grand ancestor would definitely be the final victor. No one doubted this point. Although there were 5,000 gods, when these 5,000 gods faced the Lu family, they were still suppressed in terms of aura. The grand ancestor didn't speak. The same went for the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th grand ancestors. This time it was Lu Shun's time. As the head of the Lu family, he had been oppressed by the UU Emperor's bloodline for a long time. It was time for him to show his prestige as the head of the number 1 family in the world. The same went for the UU Emperor's bloodline. Although their grand ancestors were also the most respected figures, they were also existences that could decide everything. But this time, none of them made a sound. They all stood there quietly, waiting for the conversation between the patriarchs of their families. In the void, the 2 most powerful divine king families of the human race, the 2 most famous bloodlines that had left behind their orthodoxies in the past, met at this moment. The UU Emperor has announced that we haven't seen each other for 100 years. I didn't expect that we wouldn't see each other for 100 years. The head of the UU family fell silent for a moment. After a while, he revealed a look of nostalgia. In the past, you and I were high-spirited. We swore to walk to the peak of the extreme Tao and bring our families to the highest level. In the end, you and I both became the heads of our respective families. However, we still couldn't fulfill the promise we made in the past. Lu Shun also fell silent, who didn't have the same high-spirited and youthful arrogance as a child. All of a sudden, the words they said when they parted 100 years ago were still vivid in their minds. However, in the blink of an eye, 100 years had passed. At this moment, both of them sighed. It was an incomparable sigh. Chapter 5:21. Lu Shun, your strength has become even more terrifying. If you didn't want to become the head of the Lu family but chose to cultivate wholeheartedly, I'm afraid it wouldn't take long for the Lu family to give birth to another ancestor. Only a virtual king who has stepped into the quasi-king realm can become a grand elder and be given the title of grand ancestor. Yu Yoguang's words undoubtedly meant that if Lu Shun wholeheartedly focused on the martial path, he could become a quasi-king in a very short time. A quasi-king with the bloodline of the Lu family is an invincible existence. Lu Shun gently waved his arm. My ambition isn't here in the first place. I know that if I focus on the martial path, the most I can do is give the Lu family another invincible ancestor. For the Lu family, this isn't much of an improvement. Therefore, I gave up on all that and became the head of the Lu family. Moreover, I feel that the time for me to realize my wish is already very, very close. After saying this, Lu Shun smiled. Yu Yoguang, on the other hand, was silent. You're talking about the emperor, right? The taboo monarch. Indeed, with his existence, the revival of the Lu family is no longer a dream. However, after saying that, Yu suddenly stopped talking. Seeing this scene, Lu Shun's eyes flashed with a trace of fluctuation. However, he didn't ask. For a moment, the two of them were silent. After a long time, Lu Shun gently smiled. He looked at Yu Yoguang and slowly said, "This time, we came here according to our previous agreement. The battle will take place in the void of the universe. After all, the geniuses of the Yu Yoguang family must have the battle strength of a god." Yu Yoguang gently nodded. Indeed, if a god-level existence were to erupt on Emperor Planet, the damage would be too great. If they weren't careful, hundreds of millions of people would die. Countless people would be buried along with them. This is the ancestral planet of the Yu Yoguang family. It's a place that cannot be damaged. Therefore, it's best to set the battle in the endless void. Good. In that case, he would fulfill the promise he had made in the past in the void of the universe. These 100,000 deities are the witnesses of our battle. Is everything all right? Lu Shun nodded his head gently. There was nothing strange about it. At this time, the two patriarchs retreated, because they knew that what happened next was no longer their business. After the two family heads disappeared, two more figures appeared in their original positions. These two figures were even more terrifying, because they were the two grand ancestors of the Lu family and the Yu family. Yu and Lu Shun were existences of the same era. They were even good friends. However, unlike them, Pil St. Lu and the Yu clan's grand ancestor weren't from the same era. The age of the Yu clan's grand ancestor was at least 1,000 years older than Pil St. Lu. Unfortunately, the universe didn't care about your age, but your strength and status. In terms of strength, the Yu clan's grand ancestor was no longer a match for Pil St. Lu. In terms of status, Pil St. Lu was one of the 3 sacred path alchemists in the universe. As the grand ancestor of the Lu family, the Yu clan's grand ancestor couldn't be compared to him. Therefore, when they met, they had the most equal conversation. Looking at the Lu family's grand ancestor, the Yu clan's grand ancestor smiled and said, "Lu Qianya, you've come. I didn't expect you to take the promise from 10 years ago seriously and come here." Lu Qianya was the name of the Lu family's grand ancestor. Hearing the words of the Yu clan's grand ancestor, the grand ancestor only smiled slightly, as if he didn't take it to heart. "Yes, I took it seriously. After all, some things are true, aren't they? Senior Lin Huang." The grand ancestor obviously emphasized the word senior. Looking at the two of them, The 100,000 deities in the void held their breaths. They knew that the conversation between the two was different from the conversation between the two patriarchs. No one was allowed to interrupt between them. Of course, it wasn't because the two of them were domineering. Therefore, the 100,000 gods were so silent because of their respect for Qin Wentian. They respected these two existences. The Lu family's grand ancestor, alchemy Saint Lu Tianya, was one of the 3 sacred path alchemy masters in the world. He was almost invincible below supremes. Rumor had it that he was on par with the number 1 human king below supremes, the Boundless King and the Holy Spirit King. If his identity as the Lu family's grand ancestor was added, then looking at the entire universe, he was almost the most respected person below supremes. The Yuyo clan's grand ancestor, Yuyo Lin Huang, was also a legend in his era. In that era, the number of geniuses of the human race withered. He became the target of ridicule from many races. However, with the appearance of Yuyo Lin Huang, everything completely changed. Vaguely, many existences still remembered Yuyo Lin Huang's peerless figure in those precious videos. 1 man and 1 punch, killing the younger generation of the human race, to the point that billions of races no longer dared to humiliate the human race. This was Yuyo Lin Huang's contribution to the human race. These 2 people were incomparably noble existences, so when they were talking, no matter the reason, no one dared to interrupt or affect them. Forget it. Since you're serious, then we don't need to talk about anything else. You're already here. Yuyo Lin Huang sighed softly as if he was helpless. However, the Grand Ancestor knew that the Yuyo clan was actually looking forward to these days more than the Lu family. All these years, the Yuyo clan had always wanted to surpass the Lu family. However, no matter how hard they tried, they had always failed. And this time, it was the only and the best chance to do so. The Grand Ancestor understood that the current information about Lu Feng's strength was from 2 months ago, after the battle between Lu Feng and the Demon King. He had just reached the peak of the upheaval stage. In the peak of the upheaval stage, no matter how amazing Lu Feng was, even if the Human King was reborn in his younger days, it was impossible for him to be so terrifying that he could easily kill a god-level existence. According to the information they had received, Yio Tongran had already entered level 2, demigod level. He was the king of massacre, and he could challenge all opponents beyond the 5 major classes. In other words, Yio Tongran's true strength was at least that of a high-level god level. A high-level god level against Lu Feng, who was comparable to a beginner-level god level. The result was self-evident. Let's settle everything first. We'll follow the agreement from the past. If we win, then we'll get a request. I wonder what the Yuyo Emperor's bloodline needs. In the Grand Ancestor's heart, Lu Feng could not fail. If Lu Feng was really only at the peak of the upheaval stage, then perhaps there was no need to go through with it. After all, no matter how powerful Lu Feng was, there was always a limit. However, it was different now, completely different. This was because Lu Feng was no longer the Lu Feng of the past. It had only been a month since the return of a perfect stage martial artist, and he had actually become a peak perfect stage martial artist. With Lu Feng's current terrifying strength as the Taboo King, his combat strength would reach the peak of god level. Even the Westland's Emperor Rong, who had god level strength, would definitely not be Lu Feng's match. Therefore, this was a battle that they would definitely win. Lin Huang smiled gently, waved his hand, and said, "Actually, this is just a competition. The stakes and whatnot don't matter at all." Indeed, to Lin Huang, the stakes and whatnot did not matter at all. Although the Yuyo Emperor's bloodline's ability was inferior to that of the human king Lu family, the Yuyo Emperor's bloodline had been through countless generations. However, their clan had also gone through countless years of inheritance. In terms of time, they were even older than the human king Lu clan. There were also countless divine items that the clan had accumulated. They did not care about anything at all. Of course, they still cared about some things. After all, those things were things that even the divine king cared about. However, Lin Huang also understood that it was completely unrealistic to expect the human king Lu family to take out those things as stakes. Therefore, they no longer cared about anything. What Lin Huang really cared about was the name of the Feather Emperor's bloodline, Feather Emperor. It was the name of the younger generation of the Feather Emperor family, defeating the younger generation of the human king Lu family. That was what they cared about the most. Hearing Lin Huang's words, the Grand Ancestor smiled gently and slowly shook his head. Forget it. It's too early to say this now. In that case, let's set the rules here and let these 100,000 gods be witnesses to our agreement. The content is still according to the agreement of the past. The winner can ask the other party to fulfill one thing. Of course, this matter must not endanger the family's legacy. Apart from this bottom line, anything is fine. At this point, the Grand Ancestor paused slightly, and his expression became solemn. In fact, even those divine pills would be fine. At that moment, Lin Huang's facial expression changed for the worse. Divine pills. In the present world, only rank 9 medicinal pills could be called divine pills. As for a 9th-grade medicinal pill, any one of them was a true priceless treasure. Any rank 9 divine pill was enough to let a supreme divine king live for a lifetime, allowing them to return to their peak in their declining years. It could be said that the value of divine pills was hundreds and thousands of times more valuable than rank 9 divine items. In the present world, there was no longer any news of divine pills, and the only confirmed divine pill was in the Lu family of the human king. It was something that the human king had once killed a lone divine king when he was roaming the universe and finally seized it. However, the human king's talent was unparalleled. He did not need divine pills, but he had already surpassed all limits and ascended to a truly supreme realm. Therefore, the divine pill had always been left in the Lu family. The existence of the divine pill might be very attractive. However, everyone understood that since the human king dared to leave the divine pill in the family so openly, he was not afraid that this divine pill would be taken away by anyone. After all, the human king Lu family was still considered the #1 aristocratic family in the present era before the supreme of the alternate Tao emerged. Chapter 522. Looking at the Grand Ancestor, Lin Huang asked with some uncertainty, "Are you sure you're talking about divine pills?" Asking a question in return was undoubtedly extremely rude in the eyes of people of their cultivation realms. However, Lin Huang had to confirm it again, because he could not believe that what he heard was true. The Grand Ancestor smiled gently and nodded slowly. At this moment, Lin Huang fell silent. The 100,000 gods who were hidden in the void took in a deep breath of cold air. Their expressions were filled with incomparable shock. At their level, they naturally knew the significance of divine pills. Naturally, they understood what a bet of a divine pill represented. No one had thought that such a shocking bet would appear in a competition between the younger generation. One must know that even the bets between the peak Overlord clans that had lasted for countless years would not be so shocking. Lu Feng looked at the incomparably indifferent Grand Ancestor in the universe, and a strange look flashed through his eyes. This was extremely complicated, and it also reflected Lu Feng's inner thoughts. Even Lu Feng did not expect that the Grand Ancestor would actually take out such a bet. This was really terrifying. Slowly, all the complexity in his eyes disappeared. Instead, it was replaced by an incomparable determination. This time, no matter who it was, no matter who the opponent was, they could not stop him from reaching the peak. This battle, he must win, he must win. After a moment of silence, Feather Nether and Lin Huang agreed. He had already thought about it. None of the things in the Yuyo clan could compare to divine pills. Moreover, Lu Tinya had also said that this request would not endanger the foundation of the clan. Therefore, he had nothing to decline. He smiled gently and nodded slowly. In that case, then it's settled. When can the battle begin? The Grand Ancestor looked back at Lu Feng, but saw a gratifying scene. At this moment, Lu Feng did not seem to hear the Grand Ancestor's words. He did not feel any pressure at all. What the Grand Ancestor felt from Lu Feng's body was a shocking and vigorous battle intent. Lu Feng had already entered his peak state. He could fight at any time. Don't waste any more time. Now let's begin. Feather Nether's smile remained. He did not say anything and disappeared into the void in an instant. Wait, this was only a short wait. This was less than 10 minutes of waiting, but to everyone, it felt like billions of years had passed. Finally, a terrifying and incomparably gorgeous space-time rift slowly appeared in the void of the universe. In the next moment, two figures slowly walked out of the crack. One of them was Lin Huang, who had disappeared earlier. As for the other, it was an extremely young existence. Just like that, the two of them walked out of the void step by step. There was not the slightest trace of smoke or fire, as if they were immortals who had transcended the mortal world. It made people feel incomparable reverence, giving birth to an aura of worship. Looking at that figure, Lu Feng's eyes shone with a resplendent light. This was an indescribable turbulence, an indescribable complexity. King. The young existence who followed Lin Huang from Feather Nether turned out to be king. In an instant, not only did Lu Feng see it, but the 100,000 gods in the entire universe all saw it. They all saw it. It's actually king. It's actually an era monster. The Feather Nether clan actually hit a king. Terrifying. How terrifying. Is the Feather Nether clan also going to revive in this era? King. That was a king. In the current universe, strictly speaking, they were the kings of the younger generation of the major clans. Only the emperor of the human race, the Heavenly Dao tribe's heavenly king, and the 31st prince of the serene blood tribe, the Blood King. These three were all monsters of the era. The immortal kings and demon kings were too mysterious to be calculated. As for Lu Feng's father, the Killer King, Lu Tao, his path to becoming a divine king was once destroyed and an accident occurred. Currently, no one knew his exact level. However, now another king had walked out. He walked out of the universe, the seventh king during the War of the Kings. This caused many existences to be astonished. As if feeling the shocked gazes of many existences, Lin Huang from Feather Nether smiled slightly with an indescribable pride. Since the Emperor Divine King, the Feather Nether clan was known as the second most powerful family of the human race. However, in the eyes of those pinnacle existences, the Feather Nether clan was nothing, even among the 8 Divine King clans. They were only the third most powerful family. In addition to the human king Lu family, the mysterious Emperor Tai's bloodline, which had produced a divine king and a terrifying heavenly emperor, was the true second most powerful family. It could be said that the Feather Nether clan had suffered from countless doubts. Therefore, they had thought of every method and every possibility just to obtain the position that they truly belonged to. They could truly restore the supreme glory of the Feather Nether clan during the Emperor Divine King's era. Now, this era of the War of the Kings was their opportunity. In this battle, the younger generation will fight. His name is Feather Nether Glory. Feather Nether Glory. A lifetime of glory and splendor to myself. What a domineering existence. This name already explained the expectations of the Feather Nether clan. They wanted to revive and return to the ranks of the most powerful families in the universe. Everyone looked at Lu Feng quietly. These people's eyes were filled with a kind of sigh. Compared to Feather Nether Glory, Lu Feng was undoubtedly much stronger in terms of aptitude. It was a pity that his current level was still too far away from that. Many existences had already seen that the king of the Feather Nether clan, Feather Nether Glory, was definitely an existence above demigod. He was at least a demigod existence. Such strength was enough to be compared to a pinnacle god. There was the most fundamental gap between Lu Feng and him. Such a gap could never be bridged by talent. Lu Feng stood quietly on the spot. He looked at the other side of the void, at the glorious Feather Nether Glory. Suddenly, a strange fluctuation flashed across his eyes. After a long time, Lu Feng smiled. It was a strange smile. Not bad. Although it's a little far-fetched, he can still be considered as a monstrous talent. Lu Feng's voice could not be concealed. Therefore, this time, everyone heard Lu Feng's words. Many existences looked over and stared blankly at Lu Feng. They did not understand why Lu Feng would say such a thing. In the perception of many existences, Wing's spirit glory was indeed a seventh-rank monstrous genius of the epic of the era. But why did Lu Feng say that he could only be considered as a monstrous talent? Of course, these people were only puzzled by Lu Feng's words. They did not question it, because Lu Feng was the king. He was the king among the monstrous talents of the epic. He was the supreme king among the young kings. He was the taboo king. Therefore, Lu Feng's evaluation of the monstrous talents and geniuses was the truth and the theorem. If he said it out loud, then everything would be like this. This was truer than any other evaluation, and it was more believable than anything else. Feather Netherglory narrowed his eyes slightly. He looked at Lu Feng and smiled faintly in the end. Oh, you said that I could only be considered as a monstrous talent of the epic. Then, how could I be considered barely? As a supreme king, every monstrous talent of the epic was unquestionable. If the person who said this wasn't Lu Feng, the taboo king, who was even more terrifying than him, Feather Netherglory would have killed Lu Feng long ago. But even so, there was still anger in his heart. He was incomparably calm when he said these words. However, the anger hidden in his heart could be easily felt by anyone. In the void, countless people focused their attention on him. Lu Feng had long been used to this feeling. Back when he had fought with the Demon King, billions of martial artists had watched him. At that time, there had been at least a few 100,000 or even a few million divine beings. Even in such an occasion, Lu Feng did not have the slightest bit of abnormality. Now, it was even more impossible. He shook his head with a smile and finally explained. The King of Massacre, who comprehended a type of supreme power, was a level 6 king path domain existence. The epic monstrous talent, on the other hand, was a peak level 7 king path domain existence. He was a supreme king who comprehended 2 types of supreme power. There's only one type of supreme power that you've truly comprehended on your own, right? At this moment, a slight fluctuation appeared in Yu Ronghua's eyes. Although it was extremely short, everyone could clearly see it. They understood that Lu Feng was right. The other type of supreme power was probably not comprehended by yourself. Therefore, although you, the epic monstrous talent, have comprehended 2 types of supreme power, strictly speaking, you are not a true epic monstrous talent. Lu Feng had seen this situation before. That was Yuhua Qingyuan of the Yuhua family of the Sky Demon clan. He was a king of massacre, but the power of the dark demon in his body was not comprehended by himself. He seemed to have obtained it through some secret method. This was very similar to Feather Yu's current state. After a moment of silence, Feather Yu finally smiled. It was an extremely strange smile. That way, no one would be able to see his true thoughts. Everyone was silent. Today's matter was not something they could participate in. They were at most witnesses. Looking at Lu Feng, the laughter gradually stopped. Feather Yu Ronghua's expression became very strange at this moment. Not bad at all. As expected of the taboo monarch. You can actually see and feel all of this so clearly. He is indeed powerful, truly powerful. The expressions of the 100,000 gods were very strange. They knew that Feather Yu had already admitted to it. He admitted to everything Lu Feng said. In that case, he really had only comprehended one type of supreme power. The other type of supreme power had been obtained through some other method. You are right. I have only comprehended one type of supreme power. As for the other supreme power, which is my bloodline power, it was successfully condensed through a certain method. The 2 types of supreme powers I have are the 6 paths power and my bloodline power. Although I only have 2 types of supreme power and can't be compared to you, the Emperor, it is a pity that your strength is too weak. If possible, I'm afraid that even Dongwang Luluo is more suitable for this battle than you. I'm now a demigod. How can you be a match for me? At this moment, Feather Yu Ronghua was filled with an extremely confident smile. Chapter 523. He was full of confidence at this moment. A month ago, Lu Feng had just reached the peak of the upheaval stage through a terrifying collision. Now, only a month had passed. Only a month had passed. This period of time was too short. He absolutely did not believe that Lu Feng's strength had increased to the demigod realm. Feather Yu Ronghua was confident that as long as Lu Feng did not enter the demigod realm, he would definitely not be his opponent. Feather Yu Ronghua was full of confidence. He stood quietly in the void, waiting for Lu Feng's challenge. However, he did not notice that in Lu Feng's eyes, there was a strange and terrifying look. After a long time, Lu Feng smiled. He slowly raised his head, and his eyes were actually filled with a smile. No one understood what kind of expression Lu Feng had, or what kind of attitude he had. Some people were surprised. Could it be that after being praised a few times, Lu Feng did not know what was going on? It should not be, it should not be. With Lu Feng's talent and identity, with Lu Feng's existence as the taboo king, how could he not know anything after being praised? But now, Lu Feng was indeed smiling. His eyes and the corners of his mouth were all smiles. It was a real smile. At this moment, everyone was full of doubts. Finally, Lu Feng seemed to have laughed enough. He slowly lowered his voice and looked in the direction of Feather Yu Ronghua. You're saying that your bloodline power was accidentally condensed, right? Feather Yu Ronghua did not know why Lu Feng asked this question. If it was someone else, he would only think that they also wanted to condense their bloodline. But for Lu Feng, he absolutely did not think so, because it was universally recognized that Lu Feng's bloodline was the human king's bloodline. It was the strongest human king's bloodline in the history of the Lu family. His bloodline was a type of supreme power that was comparable to Crown Prince Heavendao's Yellow Springs power, as well as Yang Qi's power of the Six Paths. Therefore, it was impossible for Lu Feng to covet the method of condensing the bloodline because there was absolutely no need for him to do so. Although Feather Yu didn't know why Lu Feng had asked this, he still nodded his head gently. That's right, the power of my bloodline is supreme. It was condensed using a special method. Lu Feng nodded gently. That's right, the Divine King Monarch was only a peak temporal overlord. Although his bloodline was at the extreme Tao, it wasn't a supreme power. Therefore, his descendants couldn't possibly have a supreme bloodline inheritance. After all, even the crown prince of the heavenly Tao doesn't possess such a bloodline power, let alone you. Although Feather Yu didn't like Lu Feng's words, he knew that Lu Feng was telling the truth. Compared to the crown prince of the heavenly Tao and the 31st prince of the serene blood tribe, who had appeared a month ago, he was a level lower than them. The crown prince of the heavenly Tao possessed two supreme powers, Wu Ling's power and the Yellow Springs power. As for the power of his bloodline, it was extremely close. After all, Wu Ling's bloodline had given birth to 7 peerless divine kings. Among them, there was no lack of overlords of time at the same level as the divine king. As for the 31st prince of the serene blood tribe, his bloodline had been inherited from Heavenly Venerate Netherworld. Heavenly Venerate Netherworld had been a true overlord of an era. Compared to the Divine King, he was on a completely different level. Therefore, Lu Feng's words weren't wrong. However, even so, Feather Yu Ronghua was still unhappy that Lu Feng had said this in front of everyone. However, Lu Feng didn't notice his attitude at all. He seemed to be thinking about something quietly. Nobody present understood what Lu Feng was doing or why he was asking these questions. Apart from the 4 great ancestors and the patriarch of the Lu family, they exchanged glances and saw the deep worry in each other's eyes. They had already heard Lu Feng mention this before. They already knew what Yuyo and Qingran were going through, plus what Yuyo Ronghua had just said. Now they understood completely. I hope Lu Feng doesn't go crazy and make things irreparable. They could only sigh deeply. From Lu Feng's crazy pleading and effort for Yuyo Qingran, it could be seen how important Yuyo Qingran was in Lu Feng's heart. Now, The person who was most important to him had become a tool for this person to condense his supreme power. This would definitely ignite the craziest flame in Lu Feng's heart. Hearing Lu Shun's words, the four old ancestors became silent. However, a moment later, the great ancestor smiled. It was an extremely domineering smile. As Alchemy St. Lu, he was a psyche master. Coupled with his extraordinary status, the great ancestor Lu Tinya always had an incomparably benevolent face. He had never shown such a terrifying and domineering smile, but now he was behaving like this. Irreparable? What is irreparable? Whatever the Emperor wants to do, he will do it. In the current universe, is there anything that the human monarch Lu family can't bear? The great ancestor's words awakened Lu Shun and shocked the other three great ancestors. At this moment, an unprecedented, dazzling brilliance appeared in their eyes. Yes, what is irreparable? Their human monarch Lu family, in the current world, is there anything that can't be redeemed? Is there anything that can't be born? What are they afraid of? What are they afraid of? In the past, our Lu family was so domineering and majestic. When our ancestor was alive, our human monarch bloodline was the supreme royal family in the universe. Even if a branch family member appeared, they would still receive the most honorable treatment. The era of the human monarch has passed. Although we are still the number one family in the universe, how much of our former glory do we have left? Now, our Lu family has produced Lu Feng. Then, we must regain the belief of being invincible in the past, because we are about to enter the era of the Emperor Lu family. The Emperor Lu family. The era of the Emperor Lu family. In an instant, even the second ancestor and many other existences who had lived for thousands of years felt their blood boiling. An incomparably fanatical look appeared in their eyes. As descendants of the Lu family, although they were the number one family in the universe, they still missed the era of the human monarch Lu family. That incomparable glory and splendor. The human monarch had already left and disappeared for 4,000 years. However, their Lu family had not declined, because they were about to enter the era of the Emperor Lu family. Get ready for a battle. No matter how big of a storm Lu Feng causes, our Lu family will bear it. The four ancestors laughed. The head of the Lu family, Lu Shun, also laughed. Their smiles were filled with a vigorous fighting spirit. They were already prepared for a battle. Lu Feng looked at the feather spirit glory quietly without saying a word. However, this attitude made the many divine existences who were watching all of this feel that the situation was strange. Previously, Lu Feng was laughing, but at this moment, Lu Feng was silent. It was an extremely strange silence. Lu Feng no longer had that joking aura. At this moment, he was filled with an endless coldness. Feather spirit glory frowned slightly. Looking at Lu Feng's current appearance, he was truly puzzled. Previously, he had been smiling, but now he was so cold. If he did not know that the person in front of him was the Emperor, he would even think that he was about to face a madman. However, this situation did not last long. At this moment, Lu Feng finally spoke. Finally, with that endless coldness, he slowly opened his mouth. So, the blood flowing in your body is not only your own, but also Feather Spirit Glory's blood. In an instant, not only Feather Spirit Glory, but even Feather Spirit Glory and Lin Huang in the distance were filled with shock. In the blink of an eye, Feather Spirit Glory and Lin Huang had already appeared beside Lu Feng. However, it cannot get too close. This was because the moment he appeared beside Lu Feng, the Lu family's Grand Patriarch and Second Patriarch had also appeared. If it was just one of the Grand Patriarchs or Second Patriarchs, Feather Spirit Glory and Lin Huang were no match for them. When the two of them appeared together, Feather Spirit Glory could not get close to Lu Feng at all. There was a twisted look in his eyes. Feather Spirit Glory and Lin Huang did not say anything. However, Feather Spirit Glory, who was facing Lu Feng directly, still spoke. "You, how did you know?" His voice was extremely cold, as if it could freeze time and space, making people tremble. The 100,000 gods looked at each other and saw the slight turmoil in each other's eyes. They understood that this battle seemed to have changed their original intention. Looking at the Lu family's reaction, looking at Lu Feng's words, and looking at the Feather Spirit Glory's expression, they understood that there seemed to be a secret that they did not know about. Hearing Feather Spirit Glory's cold question, Lu Feng did not say anything. He nodded gently and looked at Feather Spirit Glory. After a long time, he finally spoke slowly. If that's the case, my guess is right. Feather Spirit Glory did not speak. He just looked at Lu Feng with an extremely cold gaze. They had become the genius of the new age and were known as the King of Young. Their existence itself was a symbol of glory. They would never deliberately lie or do something as shameless as that. Therefore, Feather Spirit Glory had undoubtedly admitted to it. She nodded her head gently. She really nodded her head lightly. Lu Feng turned around and looked in the direction of Emperor Planet. He walked slowly, and with each step, he covered a short distance. However, at this moment, the feeling that Lu Feng gave people was so indescribable and indescribable. However, after taking a few steps, Lu Feng finally came to a complete halt. Everyone, including the gods, could clearly see the sadness in Lu Feng's eyes. He quietly looked at Emperor Planet. His voice was so low but so clear. I remember that you loved flowers the most. You said that every time a flower bloomed, it was a season. You said that you hated flowers the most because their decline was the passage of time. The end. Flowers bloom and wilt. How many springs have you seen through? How many autumns have you seen through? How many years have you waited for? How many years have you waited? I remember now. I remember clearly. I've remembered every word that I've said. 10 years later, if I'm still here. Chapter 5:24. 10 years later, I'm here, but I didn't come. I failed to keep my promise. I made you suffer so much pain. Now I'm here. I'm really here. Don't worry. There may be people in the world who can stop me, but no one can make me give up. One day, I will turn all those who stand in my way into dust for eternity. Annihilation. The 100,000 gods trembled slightly from head to toe. In their eyes, Lu Feng was still in existence that they could easily destroy. But at this moment, when they heard Lu Feng's voice, they really trembled, because they could hear Lu Feng's determination. Today, whoever stands in his way will be bathed in blood when he achieves great success in the future. He will bury all those who stood in his way for eternity. No one doubted the authenticity of this sentence. No one doubted that Lu Feng couldn't do it, because just the 2 words Lu Feng was enough. Looking at the direction of the Emperor's star, Lu Feng took a deep breath. His eyes were shining with unprecedented light. At this moment, his voice was amplified infinitely, spreading throughout the world. It seemed to have spread through the endless sea of stars and the entire universe. Qingran, I'm here. This time, I'm really here. I'm really here. I've forgotten the promise of 10 years. This time, I won't miss it again. Lu Feng's voice was heard clearly by the 100,000 deities. It seemed to be heard by every existence in the universe. Silence, endless silence. Previously, they had heard Lu Feng's words. Lu Feng had asked Feather Yu Ronghua before, because his blood came from Feather Yu Qingran. Now, anyone could hear that Lu Feng was deeply attached to the girl called Yu Qingran. I'm afraid something bad is going to happen. A peerless expert from the Federation government showed a trace of worry in his eyes. He knew Lu Feng very well. He naturally knew what kind of person Lu Feng was. Now that something like this had happened, he knew that things were really difficult to handle. The Emperor, the incarnation of Futu, suppressed over 100 outsider geniuses and freakish geniuses, shocking the Starry River. That was the most disastrous battle of the War of the Kings. And it was also in that battle that the Emperor won the title of the unparalleled God of Slaughter. I remember back then, those people didn't really offend the Emperor. But now, Feather Yu's glory has truly angered the Emperor. Lu Feng's cold words caused the hearts of the 100,000 gods to tremble. They all knew that Lu Feng might not be able to do anything now, but in the future, he would definitely be an existence that would reach the pinnacle. At that time, no one could restrict Lu Feng, and no one could resist him. Lu Feng's strength has already broken through. His Majesty the Holy Spirit King has already informed me that when Emperor Lu Feng walked out of the totem of the Great Wilderness, his strength had completely broken through and he had reached the perfect stage. And now, although his cultivation has been concealed by Alchemy St. Lu, I think that he has at least reached the perfect stage. With the Emperor's temperament and trump cards, it's not like he doesn't have the strength to fight. If the two of them fight to the point of madness, then don't care about anything else. Just directly separate them. No matter what, they're all freakish geniuses of a human race. We can't lose any of them. Try your best to separate them. As soon as the voice fell, the few experts from the Federation government were slightly shaken. They were ready to take action. Unfortunately, they didn't see the playful smiles on the faces of the experts from the Lu family. Lu Feng quietly looked at Feather-Yu's glory and suddenly smiled again. But this time, no one really dared to treat Lu Feng's smile as a silly smile. They understood that this was the Emperor's anger. Actually, I don't need to know anything else. I only need to know that you're using Qingran's blood to refine yourself. In order to become a freakish genius of the era, you chose to sacrifice Qingran. Yes or no? Feather-Yu seemed to be completely disdainful when he felt Lu Feng smile. Indeed, he was qualified to be disdainful now, although he was destined to be no match for Lu Feng in the future. But he was also a freakish genius of the era. As the most invincible genius of the era, he had to have his own glory. Moreover, his current strength was not something that Lu Feng could compare with. So, he couldn't be timid at all. So what? I did it, so I admit it. From the beginning when I extracted the blood from Feather-Yu's body, I knew it completely. Indeed, if it wasn't for her, I'm afraid I would only be a king of slaughter. Because of the bloodline restriction, I would never be able to enter the ranks of the freakish geniuses of the era. But fortunately, she has appeared. As the descendant of Feather-Yu clan, her existence is for the sake of Feather-Yu clan. Everything is predestined by fate. It is fate that wants to revive Feather-Yu clan and restore the supreme glory of the past. She was sent to me by fate. So, nobody can blame her for all of this. Lu Feng was silent. He was still smiling in silence. The coldness was spreading. It was terrifying. It was hard to describe the fear that rose in his heart. Looking at Lu Feng's expression, Feather-Yu Ronghua smiled disdainfully. Emperor, you are indeed unparalleled. Unfortunately, your current strength is still too weak. I don't believe that you have just reached the peak of the upheaval realm after that crazy battle 2 months ago. Now, you can become a demigod existence. You can become an existence on the same level as me. There was a kind of burning madness in his eyes. At this moment, Feather-Yu Ronghua started to become terrifying. You know what? Lu Feng, actually, before you reach this level, I wanted to make a move. Unfortunately, the restrictions of my clan prevented me from making a move. Now it is my chance. Emperor, you are the Emperor. Do you know that the title of Emperor should belong to me? My ancestor is the Divine King, and I should be the Emperor. Emperor Feather-Yu Ronghua, after this battle, your legend of invincibility will disappear. As for your title, it belongs to me. At this moment, Feather-Yu Ronghua had a kind of crazy impulse. In an instant, Feather-Yu Ronghua had broken the endless shackles and entered the realm of gods. Everyone had a strange look in their eyes. They knew that Feather-Yu Ronghua was going to give it his all in this battle. Those who knew about the battle between the Demon King and the Emperor understood one thing. That is, whenever you want to fight against the Emperor, you must use the most terrifying power to kill him. Never give the Emperor a chance to breathe. If not, the result will be painful and frightening. Feather-Yu Ronghua was ready to enter his ultimate peak in an instant, waiting for the moment to start. He will use his most powerful power to directly kill Lu Feng. Emperor, in this battle, no secret treasures can be used. At this moment, the space law has been changed, and any auxiliary tools have lost their effect. If this is what you are relying on, Then you can give up? Lu Feng was still smiling and silent. He's been quietly watching Feather Yu Ronghua, watching him complete all the movements, watching him enter the peak realm. Finally, when everything is done, Lu Feng said, "The rules can be changed." Hearing this, everyone was slightly stunned. Even Feather Yu Ronghua was the same. They frowned slightly and looked at Lu Feng without saying a word. These people naturally did not think that Lu Feng was the kind of person who was afraid of death, nor did they think that he was the kind of trash who changed the rules to restrict his opponent. When he transformed into Futu and fought in Medicine God City, Lu Feng almost slapped the faces of the hundreds of millions of powerhouses from different clans until they were red and swollen. At that time, when they faced Lu Feng, these people were extremely mocking. However, in the end, Lu Feng made a crazy move to challenge all of them alone. This caused all of the people that were spouting nonsense to be unable to show their faces. Now, the existence of the human race naturally would not make such a mistake. Therefore, they just did not say anything and waited quietly. Feather Yu Ronghua glanced at the Grand Ancestor and Second Ancestor next to him, and finally looked at Lu Feng with an indescribably complicated expression. What rules? For simple words, but they represented everything. As long as Lu Feng proposed it, it would basically be passed. Lu Feng was still smiling. However, this time the smile changed slightly, because the existence of this smile made everyone tremble. They actually felt a great chill from this smile, a kind of endless killing intent. I don't need to change any details, just the content. His eyes slightly narrowed. Endless killing intent finally spread out crazily. I hope that this is a battle of life and death. A battle of life and death. What Lu Feng wanted was a battle of life and death. For a moment, everyone inhaled a breath of cold air. Only the few existences of the Lu family remained the same as before. They stood there quietly as if they hadn't heard anything. A battle of life and death. This was probably what Lu Feng wanted from the bottom of his heart. The few Grand Ancestors who knew everything knew that after Feather Yu Ronghua said those words, based on Lu Feng's character, he must have been sentenced to death. If that wasn't the case, then why would he reveal such an expression and say such words? Feather Yu Ronghua was also slightly stunned. He looked at Lu Feng for a long time and then laughed. It was a kind of crazy laughter. You want to have a battle of life and death with me? Lu Feng, did others praise you too much, causing you to forget everything? You don't know anything anymore. A battle of life and death with me? Do you have the ability to do that? I admit that your talent is amazing. If you don't encounter any obstacles, you will definitely surpass me in the future. But now, do you have the ability to do that? Let me tell you, Feather Yu Qingran's bloodline is all supplied to me. She is the treasure that condenses the supreme power of my bloodline. In this life, she will be a member of the Feather family. In this life, she will be my blood bank. What can you do? What can you do? A battle of life and death. What am I afraid of? If you dare to fight, I will fight. Chapter 5:25. At this moment, Feather Yu Ronghua was also slightly mad. In his opinion, Feather Yu Qingran was just a tool. However, for such a tool, Lu Feng had challenged him to a life and death battle. If Lu Feng was at the same level as him, he might have rejected the challenge. However, Lu Feng was only at the peak of his upheaval stage. Compared to him, such strength was just a joke. In his opinion, unless Lu Feng became a demigod and became in existence at the same level as him, Lu Feng would not have the strength to fight with him. It was a complete joke for him to say such words. Everyone was silent. They looked at the two people in the field and could no longer describe the complicated feelings in their hearts. In their opinion, the battle between the two was just to determine the winner. After all, both of them were monstrous geniuses of this era. They were the treasures of the human race. In this chaotic world, all the grudges between the clans had become a joke. Only the strength of a race was the essence of their pursuit. Only when the race was strong would they be able to obtain more resources and develop better. The value of a monstrous genius of this era to a peak Overlord race was undoubtedly extremely great. It could even be said that it was incomparable. Therefore, no one wanted to see the fall of either of them. Everyone looked at the field and in the direction of a peerless almighty. That was the peerless almighty of the Federation government. He represented the existence of the Federation government. Unfortunately, under everyone's gaze, the peerless almighty only stood there expressionlessly. He did not say a word and was unusually silent. No one could understand the speechlessness in his heart at this moment. Although this peerless almighty represented the Federation government and had the strength of a peerless almighty. However, the situation at the scene was not something he could participate in. The four great elders of the Liu family were all present. This was the strength of four invincible almighties. Although the Feather family was slightly weaker, they still had two invincible almighties. He could not compare to any one of the six existences. Even the Spirit King and the Immeasurable King, who were publicly acknowledged as invincible in the universe, could not do anything about them. After all, these six existences were probably not any weaker than them. The Federation government behind him wasn't like the royal families of the other peak Overlord races. They didn't have the terrifying majesty of the human race that could make thousands of people submit to them with a single word. Although the Federation government was the most terrifying power in the universe, the human monarch Liu family was universally recognized as an existence that was not inferior to the Federation government in the slightest. There was no comparison in terms of strength, but there was little difference in their backgrounds. How could he possibly stop this? In the end, this peerless almighty from the Federation government only looked in the direction of the Liu family's grand ancestor. He hoped that the grand ancestor of the Liu family would speak. Unfortunately, he only saw four invincible almighties with strange smiles on their faces. Everything that was hidden behind that smile made his heart tremble slightly. He sighed deeply and didn't say anything in the end. The only thing he could do was watch quietly and watch everything unfold. Lu Feng stared at Feather Hua quietly. He didn't seem to have any reaction to what he had said before. Lu Feng waited for him to finish speaking before he asked slowly, "Does this mean that you agree? You and I will abandon all external forces and rely solely on our own strength for a battle without regard for life and death." Feather Hua nodded proudly. "You are not as strong as me, yet you dare issue such a challenge. Why wouldn't I dare? Lu Feng, from now on, your title as an emperor will disappear. In the current era, only I, Feather Hua, am worthy of being an emperor. Yu Yu's glory and splendor was already boundless at this moment." His confidence came from his own strength. He firmly believed that Lu Feng was no match for him. At the very least, he definitely wasn't a match for him right now. The Liu family did not respond to the battle between the two of them, as if they had already tacitly agreed. It was the same for the Feather Emperor's bloodline. Standing in the middle of the four great ancestors of the Liu family, he was expressionless as well. Everything seemed to have been decided just like that. At this moment, the atmosphere at the scene reached a terrifying climax. Countless beings contacted their friends in various ways, hoping that they could watch this battle. There were also some foreign spies who used various methods to spread the word of this matter. It could be said that in just a few minutes, the entire universe was boiling again. However, apart from the human tribe, the other tribes were very happy to see this scene. After all, the human tribe already had the Killer King and the Emperor. If there was another prodigy of the epoch, a young king, then the pressure on the other tribes would be too great. Finally, as Feather Nether and Lin Huang waved their hands lightly, an ancient and terrifying ring appeared in this endless universe. The moment the ring appeared, everyone's heart skipped a beat. They could not help but gasp when they saw the ring appear. What they felt from the arena was an undying will, a majesty that could be said to shock the world. That's the king's sacrifice. There are already beings who recognize the ring's existence. Rumor had it that the Emperor, the Divine King, had relied entirely on his own power to become the Divine King back then. He had fought his way up step by step. At that time, he had faced hundreds of millions of opponents and finally stood at the pinnacle of the quasi-king level. However, he could not break through the last step no matter what. Therefore, the emperor, the divine king, created this terrifying king's sacrifice and invited countless quasi-kings of foreign tribes to battle. He had even fought with primes in the past. The king's sacrifice, although it's not an artifact, it's soaked in the blood of countless primes. Its power is incredible and is no worse than any grade 9 artifact. However, summoning the king's sacrifice as the venue for the battle could be considered as living up to its name. Whether it was Lu Feng or Feather Yurong Hua, they were both prodigies of the epic. Such beings symbolized that as long as they did not die, they would definitely be crowned kings in the future. They were both true primes of a younger generation, unparalleled in the world. Therefore, using the king's sacrifice could be considered to be in line with everything. Lu Feng looked at Feather Yurong Hua quietly. With one step, he finally stepped onto the terrifying ancient and majestic arena. At this moment, Feather Yurong Hua did not hesitate at all. He also stepped onto the arena. At this moment, all sounds disappeared. The universe was incomparably quiet, so quiet that it was frightening. No one said a word. They just quietly watched the two of them, waiting for the most powerful clash of a younger generation to appear. So far, there have been a total of 3 king's battles. The king's battle has begun. Emperor Lu Feng versus Heavenly King, Crown Prince of Tian Dao, Wang Chengyan. This is the first battle. Emperor Lu Feng versus Demon King Clone. This is the second battle, and it's also the most brilliant battle. It's almost a battle between taboo kings. Now, this is the third battle, and one of them is still Emperor Lu Feng. I just don't know if he'll be able to perform another miracle this time. Everyone quietly watched and waited with incomparably complicated emotions. Emperor, let's fight. Now, I've entered the peak of my extreme Dao. Let me see the reason why you're so arrogant as an emperor. Let me see if you really deserve to be called an emperor. Let me see if your Lu family's Book of the Human King is really stronger than my Book of the Emperor. In the blink of an eye, he broke through once again. This time, Feather Yurong Hua was even more terrifying, even more powerful, and even more unimaginable. In an instant, he broke through the barrier again and again. Just now, the level of a god was broken again. Endless bloodline power boiled, and the power of the 6 paths was added to his body. At this moment, he directly entered the peak of the 7th stage of the king's domain. In the blink of an eye, he had become a peak-level deity. Power is unparalleled. Power is unparalleled. A terrifying aura swept through time and space, causing the entire fighting ring to have a slight change. Although the strength of both of them was far from enough to hurt the ring, the will they displayed made the ring faintly sense something. What a terrifying power! A peak god. This is definitely the strength of a peak god. In fact, these are the stronger ones among the pinnacle gods. I'm afraid that ordinary peak gods are no match for him. Many existences could already see that. They could already clearly feel the power brought about by this kind of power and aura. At this moment, everyone once again looked at Lu Feng. They wanted to see the reason why Lu Feng was crazily challenging Feather Yurong Hua to a life and death battle. However, just as everyone's attention was focused on Lu Feng, they were stunned. A peak god? Although you're not a real god, today I want to have a taste of what it feels like to slay a god. Lu Feng's aura slowly appeared. However, the moment it appeared, everyone was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, even Lin Huang's pupils showed a trembling gleam. This was because the strength that Lu Feng displayed at this moment was actually peak perfect level. Impossible. How is this possible? I believe it. Many existences were horrified. 2 months ago, he relied on the battle with the Demon King and used the craziest terror and willpower to achieve the peak of the upheaval phase in the battle. But why is he now at the peak of the perfect phase? 2 months. It's only been 2 months. How could he possibly complete such a terrifying leap? 2 months ago, Lu Feng's martial Dao cultivation was only beginner-level upheaval. He had used the battle with the Demon King to complete his transformation in a terrifying way and become a martial artist at the peak of the upheaval period. But now, 2 months had passed, and his strength had once again undergone an impossible transformation. He had actually entered the peak of the perfect stage. This was no longer what everyone could imagine. This had completely exceeded the limit of their imagination. Vaguely, everyone seemed to recall the past, the terrifying leap that Lu Feng made when he fought with the Demon King. This time, Yu Ronghua from the Yu clan is dead for sure. This was the common thought in everyone's mind at this moment. Previously, Lu Feng was only at peak upheaval. However, facing the Demon King, who was at peak perfect level with 6 supreme powers, Lu Feng could completely suppress him when both of his souls were activated. The Demon King's clone could not even fight back. And now, facing Yu Ronghua, who only possessed 2 supreme powers, there was no need to even think about a battle. However, Yu Ronghua was different from everyone else. At that moment, Yu Ronghua was incomparably arrogant. Sensing Lu Feng's level, not only was he not afraid, but he even had a crazy smile on his face. Emperor, I thought how strong you were and what kind of shocking trump card you had. So your biggest reliance is your cultivation. We're both peak 7th Order Emperor Realm monsters, but I'm a whole level higher than you. Before you step into the Emperor Realm, how could you be my opponent? You're courting death. Chapter 5:26. You're courting death. It was not only Feather Yu Ronghua who had such thoughts. Almost everyone had the same thought. Unfortunately, in everyone's eyes, the person courting death was not Lu Feng, but Feather Yu Ronghua. Lin Huang's expression changed drastically. Unlike Feather Yu Ronghua, who was completely ignorant, he understood everything deeply. Of course, he knew what Lu Feng, who was at perfect stage, represented. This meant that those below the true God realm, even if they were at their peak, were absolutely not Lu Feng's match. Lin Huang was just about to speak. After all, he understood that Feather Yu Ronghua was the future hope of the Feather Yu clan. He could not watch as the Feather Yu Emperor's bloodline's hope withered away just like that. However, just as he was about to speak, the 4 great ancestors of the Lu clan stood firmly beside him. Time and space were completely sealed at this moment. His voice could not be heard at all. At this moment, Lin Huang's expression was extremely ugly. He looked at the few of them and spoke slowly. Is the Lu clan sure that you want to sever ties with us, the Feather Yu Emperor's bloodline? His voice was cold with a terrifying majesty, as if he wanted to destroy everything. If anyone else heard this voice, even if it was a virtual king, they would tremble. Unfortunately, he was facing the 4 Grand Supreme Elders of the Lu clan. Each of these 4 people was a true, invincible, almighty existence. Among the countless quasi-kings, they were the absolute pinnacle. Apart from Jizun, no one else had the right to punish any of them. When the 4 of them worked together, even the pinnacle overlords of the universe would have to avoid them. Therefore, the 4 of them pretended not to see Lin Huang's incomparable coldness. However, when they heard his words, the Lu clan's Grand Supreme Elder laughed. It was a disdainful laugh. War? Then let's war. We, the human king bloodline, have never been afraid of anyone. Hearing this, Lin Huang's expression changed drastically. He looked at the 4 of them with an expression of disbelief. After a long while, he finally came to his senses. Looking at the Lu clan's Grand Supreme Elder, his voice became even lower. Is this what you want? Or is this what your Lu clan's ancestor wants? Is the Lu clan really going to betray us and start a war with the Emperor's bloodline? In an instant, the disdain on the Lu clan's Grand Supreme Elder's face became even more obvious. He shook his head gently, then said slowly, "Don't talk about the past. No matter how much the godly monarch owed our progenitor human monarch, our Lu clan has repaid him enough over the past 4,000 years. Furthermore, what our primogeniture owes the bloodline of Emperor Yu is not a huge favor. So, don't always talk about those old things. There was total absolute Lin Huang. Lin Huang knew Lin Huang's knew the Lin's the end of the line. In fact, he was aware of the Feather Clan's attitude toward the Liu clan, and he had tolerated it. However, he had never thought that the Liu clan would one day repay everything. Lin Huang finally realized the difference between the Human King, Liu clan, and the Feather Clan's bloodline. The Feather Clan's bloodline was no longer the supreme family they had been when the Emperor, Divine King, was still alive. They no longer had a supreme in their family. They were far from being able to compare to the Human King, Liu clan. Therefore, the threat was a complete joke. How could they compare to the Human King, Liu clan? Finally, after a long sigh, Lin Huang looked at the Liu clan's Grand Supreme Elder and said solemnly, "We have indeed gone overboard in the past. I promise that it won't happen again. However, this time, I hope you can understand. This is the last hope of the Feather Clan. You should know that this era will be the era of endless chaos. If you're not careful, even the Divine King will die easily. If Feather Glory dies, how will the Feather Clan survive in the future? Destroying him is equivalent to destroying our Nether Feather Clan. For the sake of our friendship in the past, I hope you can forgive him. Let him go. Let the Feather Clan's bloodline go. After all, we're all humans." If Lin Huang was still strong and still talked about the past, the Grand Supreme Elder would definitely be strong to the end. However, seeing Lin Huang like this, the Grand Supreme Elder fell silent. He looked at Lu Feng, whose aura was rising rapidly and had entered the god level in an instant, and could only sigh deeply. "It's not that we don't want to stop it. It's just that you brought this upon yourselves. It was just Feather Qingran, nothing much would happen. However, she's someone the Emperor wants to protect with all his might. You should know that as the most powerful genius since ancient times, as the taboo Emperor, Lu Feng, once he's made up his mind, no one can stop him." At that moment, a gloomy aura appeared on Lin Huang's face. He knew that it was impossible for the four of them to let him go now. After all, between the Feather Clan and Lu Feng, the choice of the four great ancestors was obvious. He turned around and looked at Ronghua, who was laughing maniacally in the middle of the arena. At this moment, Ronghua was so sad. In the blink of an eye, Lu Feng's bloodline had completely recovered. At this moment, he had entered the intermediate level god level. Previously, he was still at the peak of perfect level. However, at this moment, he had crossed the demigod level and entered the god level. Such an elevation made all the god level spirits feel refreshed and excited. However, it did not stop there. In the next moment, the great demon True Body appeared. This was the supreme and terrifying great demon True Body, the great demon True Body that terrified billions of beings. This was because the great demon True Body was no longer the gilded great demon of the past. The purplish gold color was incomparably noble and grand, and it wrapped around every corner of Lu Feng's body. At this moment, Lu Feng was truly incomparably noble, and it made one's soul want to submit to him unconsciously. The great demon's shadow only appeared for a moment before it completely disappeared. Behind him, the Human King's shadow had already retreated. All that was left was the one and only existence. That was the greatest phenomenon Great Emperor's avatar since ancient times. The great demon power boiled, the bloodline power boiled, the primitive immortal power boiled, the emperor power boiled, and the power of death boiled. In an instant, the 5 pinnacle supreme powers all boiled and entered the limit. At this moment, Lu Feng was truly lawless, and the world trembled. At the final moment, Tong Tianfudu had already appeared, and it stood quietly behind Lu Feng. It was endlessly mysterious, and it had reached a supreme level. If there was anything Lu Feng was not perfect now, it would be his martial path avatar. Lu Feng's martial path avatar was a 7th grade martial path avatar, and after he broke through, he still did not continue to condense it. This was Lu Feng's only shortcoming. However, such inadequacies were completely insignificant at this moment. because the current Lu Feng was invincible, and he was really invincible in the face of Feather Yu Ronghua. Feeling Lu Feng's shocking power, Feather Yu Ronghua's eyes finally showed a trace of trembling emotion. He could never have imagined that the current Lu Feng had reached such an invincible level. Although Lu Feng was still at the level of a high-level god, the power he displayed at this moment made Feather Yu Ronghua, who was a pinnacle god, feel a kind of tremble from the bottom of his heart. How is this possible? How can you have such an invincible existence as power? Feather Yu Ronghua went crazy. He could not believe that Lu Feng, who was one level lower than him, could have such a terrifying power than Lu Feng. This was simply intolerable, and he could not believe it. The next moment, he made a move. After saying so much, he had done so much. This was the first real collision, the first real battle. Endless Dynasty. In the Emperor, the supreme, killing power, the former Emperor, the Divine King, was invincible in the universe, the peerless, killing power, Endless Dynasty. No one expected that at the moment of the battle, Feather Yu Ronghua would directly display the most extreme killing power. At the moment of collision, he displayed the most supreme killing power, Endless Dynasty. In a trance, everyone seemed to see a shocking vision. It was a majestic palace, which was an invincible existence. Billions of creatures were worshipping and praising loudly, kneeling in front of the palace, waiting for the appearance of the Supreme Emperor. This was a heaven-shaking phenomenon. It drew upon endless power, condensing the world of the imperial court at its peak. It wanted to use the supreme fate and power of this imperial court to completely annihilate all opponents. Fate. Legend has it that only the most powerful move, Endless Dynasty, in the Emperor, the Divine King's supreme technique, Endless Dynasty, can truly attract endless fate and use the power of fate to kill any opponent. Even the Emperor's scripture can't do such a terrifying thing. Endless Dynasty. It's really Endless Dynasty. Although Feather Yu Ronghua's Endless Dynasty is incomparable to the Divine King's Endless Dynasty, it is hard to calculate. However, he actually managed to draw upon an endless amount of providence. He actually wanted to use this boundless providence to completely suppress the monarch, attracting endless fate to suppress the opponent. This was definitely an indescribably terrifying move. Even the most powerful people would have to retreat in the face of such a move. In addition to the horror of this killing power, the biggest reason was that Endless Dynasty was the suppression of fate. When clashing with it, regardless of whether one could win or not, the final result would be indescribable damage to one's fate. It could be said that Endless Dynasty was the most powerful killing power that all existences were most unwilling to face. Unfortunately, the one facing it was Lu Feng. Chapter 5:27. Lu Feng was an emperor. Whatever he thought in his heart, he would advance courageously and never care about anything. Moreover, the current Lu Feng had completely transformed. He had already jumped out of the path. Luck. The moment he jumped off the path, he no longer had any luck. At this moment, he was even a person who was envied by the heavens. Therefore, Lu Feng was not afraid of anything at all. They watched as the hazy shadow transformed into the power of the supreme dynasty that was oppressing them. However, Lu Feng smiled. From beginning to end, he had never evaded or retreated in the slightest. Endless Dynasty. Legend has it that it's the most powerful killing technique that can cut off one's luck. This move is extremely terrifying. It's worthy of being the Divine King's most powerful killing technique. Unfortunately, the person who used it is you. What qualifications do you have to become the ruler of this dynasty? The Endless Dynasty was a power that controlled the endless luck of a dynasty in the name of the Supreme Emperor. It was a power that could completely annihilate the opponent. Unfortunately, Feather Yu Ronghua was not the Divine King. He could not display the true essence of this move. Moreover, even if he was the Divine King, what could he do? The Supreme Emperor is only the Emperor after all. However, I am the emperor. My existence leads billions of people. I am the ruler of the dynasty. They still have to be under my control and become subjects at my feet. Following this, the strongest martial monarch with the rare phenomenon made its move. There was no huge movement. It was just a light step. However, the moment his foot landed, a shocking phenomenon surged forth once again. Endless time and space rolled. Billions of immortals and demons appeared and began a devout prayer. Countless deities appeared and began to pay homage to the celestial emperor. The silence of the gods was the condensation of faith. The arrival of time and karma was the submission of the laws. This was the true emperor. The emperor ruled the entire universe. At this moment, in front of the great emperor phantom, the endless dynasty, which used to be endlessly gorgeous, was like a small, dilapidated country in a remote area. Any emperor or emperor's aura was nothing but a joke before this supreme martial monarch. Lu Feng laughed as he looked at the terrifying killing intent coming towards him. It was a laugh filled with endless madness and ridicule. The next moment, for shocking words finally came out his mouth. I am the emperor. Endless time and space, endless epochs from the beginning to the end of time. I am the one and only unparalleled emperor. The domain I am in is my domain, my space-time. I am the greatest existence. In this space-time, I am the emperor. I am the emperor. The phantom of the great emperor roared furiously. With just a light step, he had actually shattered the flourishing age of eternity and shattered the eternal void. Endless dynasties, endless prosperous times, represented endless, eternal fate. But at this moment, under the foot of the emperor, everything was shattered with a light step. The flourishing fireworks were shattered. The prosperity was annihilated. The endless empire was completely crushed. Everyone was dumbfounded as they looked at the scene in the sky. They were speechless. Simple. Everything was too simple. No one had expected that Lu Feng would be able to overcome the ultimate move of the ancient extinction so easily and effortlessly. This was simply inconceivable. Facing this endless empire, facing Feather Yu's endless empire, even true god existences would be amazed. They wouldn't dare to confront it directly. But the emperor was shattered just like that. Just like that, countless people couldn't believe that everything was so simple and easy. A heavenly deity was at a loss. But soon, he seemed to have thought of something, and a look of understanding appeared on his face. The most powerful thing about the endless empire is the suppression of fate. The power of the endless empire created by it can no longer be described with the word terrifying. Every time it attacked, it wasn't the ultimate killing intent. The most terrifying thing about the endless empire is that it's endless. The fate of a supreme dynasty can be said to be endless. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called the endless empire. No existence would dare to face such an unparalleled killing intent. It's hard for them to resist it. It's a pity that it chose the wrong opponent this time. Gradually, more and more beings understood what was going on, and they all nodded gently. There was a look of understanding on their faces. That's true. The endless empire is the aura of the endless era empire. But this time, it wants to kill the emperor. This is an existence that's more noble and terrifying than the emperor of the empire. What the emperor represents is the supreme dignity. Even the emperor of the endless empire has to be led by the emperor. Therefore, the endless empire is a joke in front of the emperor. Everyone sighed. It wasn't that the endless empire was too weak, nor was it that Lu Feng's I am the emperor was too terrifying. It could only be said that Lu Feng's existence was the most terrifying nemesis of the endless empire. Feather Spirit Ronghua was stunned for a moment when he saw his peerless and terrifying killing power being destroyed so easily. Slowly, he looked at Lu Feng. However, his eyes were still filled with disbelief. How could you destroy my endless empire? How could you annihilate my endless empire so easily? How could you? The endless empire was the only supreme and terrifying cultivation technique in the universe that relied on fate to kill. It was one of Feather Yu's greatest trump cards. However, his trump card couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lu Feng. This caused him to panic. Lu Feng chuckled lightly, faintly, and mockingly. Why is it impossible? The moment he said that, Lu Feng finally moved. His speed had already reached an extreme level. At that moment, Lu Feng finally used his supreme superpower, the most terrifying superpower, twin souls. The main body of one soul was the Emperor, Lu Feng. One soul was the futu of a psyche master. However, unlike in the past, Lu Feng did not use the supreme immortal technique Qing Ming Tian. Instead, he used the cloud missteps. His speed was already at an extreme level. When the cloud missteps were used, Lu Feng's speed was even more amazing than a true god's. He disappeared in an instant and reappeared in an instant. This time, Lu Feng appeared beside Feather Yuronghua. He couldn't even react. At that moment, Feather Yuronghua was sent flying far away, his body smashed against the cornerstone of the king's sacrifice. Blood splattered everywhere. His face was pale. With just one blow, he had suffered an unimaginable and terrifying injury. Seeing this scene, the 100,000 gods could no longer remain silent. At that moment, they actually did the same thing. They sucked in a breath of cold air. This is not a collision between gods. This is just like a true god torturing an ordinary god. Although Lu Feng was only a high-level god at the moment, Feather Yuronghua was already a peak god. However, there was no comparison between the two of them. With the support of the 5 supreme powers and the purple-gold great demon body, Lu Feng's strength was far beyond that of a divine spirit. It was not even something an ordinary true god could imagine or describe. At that moment, Lu Feng was explaining a theorem. That was what was the realm of invincibility under the strength of a true god. The 5 supreme powers were all released. With just one punch, Lu Feng seriously injured Feather Yuronghua. In the next moment, Lu Feng appeared again. This time, he appeared in front of Feather Yuronghua. Lu Feng did not make a move. He just quietly looked at Feather Yuronghua. Or rather, he looked at the bright red blood in front of Feather Yuronghua. There was an indescribable expression in his eyes. Lu Feng quietly looked at the blood. After a long time, finally he slowly opened his mouth. "This is also her blood," no one answered. Feather Yuronghua had fallen into a kind of madness. He did not believe that he was defeated so easily. He did not believe that he was so weak. However, at that moment, he had no choice but to believe it. Now, he actually temporarily lost control of his body. Even if he wanted to get up, it was incomparably difficult. He did not hear Lu Feng's words, because he was now frantically recovering. He raised his head and looked at Feather Yuronghua, who finally stood up. Lu Feng smiled again. However, this smile was so cold that it made people feel like their souls were frozen. Her blood is so pure. It's a pity that it entered your filthy body. This is an insult to her. You really don't need to exist. I really don't want you to insult her purity and her nobility. Lu Feng disappeared again. This time, it was a complete copy of the previous scene. With countless infinite invincible visions, Lu Feng completed an invincible killing. Lu Feng didn't use any technique. It was just a simple and casual punch. Once again, Lu Feng sent Feather Yuronghua flying a long distance away. Blood spurted out once again. Feather Yuronghua's face was extremely pale. It lost all color. He was really going to collapse. He had entered the extreme limit. He had already displayed his supreme power. However, in the face of Lu Feng, he did not even have the strength to fight back. At that moment, there was only sadness in his heart. One punch after another. Each of his punches contained the most terrifying killing intent, and each of them could easily kill an ordinary high-level god. If it was not for Feather Yu Qingran's help, Feather Yuronghua's bloodline power would have been completely destroyed countless times. Even so, under Lu Feng's most terrifying attack, he had lost all possibility of resistance. All he could do now was to feel the pain and feel that he was about to collapse. Is it painful? Lu Feng's eyes were slightly scarlet. At this moment, his ruthlessness began to slowly appear. But you bastards, who knows her pain? She is the princess of your Feather clan, but she has become a tool to refine your blood. With a punch, blood splattered everywhere. Who among you can understand the pain of her body? Who can understand the sorrow in her heart? Another punch, the sky changed color. Feather Ronghwa's eyes showed a faint gray color. Everyone's hearts trembled as they watched. They could clearly see that Lu Feng was going to kill Feather Ronghua. He was not joking when he said that he was going to fight to the death. Again, and again, you've been extracting energy from her body. But who among you can spare a thought for her? Lu Feng's madness was about to reach its limit. Looking at Feather Ronghua in the arena, there was a faint sadness in everyone's eyes. It was not that they could not bear it. It was just a kind of sadness. In the past, the epic genius represented the pinnacle of an epic and the pinnacle of an era. Any epic genius was invincible among those of the same level. They were all peerless and terrifying like the divine king. But now, a monstrous genius of the epic era had been beaten to such a state when facing an existence one level lower than him. It was not that the epic genius was too weak, but Lu Feng was too terrifying. Looking at Feather Ronghua, who had collapsed, Feather Ronghua was not too emotional. His eyes flickered as if he had seen something. At this moment, he actually felt a kind of tragic emotion. Sensing Feather Ronghwa's unusual behavior, the four Lu family's patriarchs became alert. They were afraid that Feather Ronghua would suddenly attack. However, Feather Ronghwa's behavior next made them confused. This was because Feather Ronghua was really emotional at this moment. Chapter 528. Punch after punch, Lu Feng's strength was already unstoppable. It had become a terrifying momentum. At this moment, no one would have the strength to fight against Lu Feng. Finally, when Lu Feng threw out another punch, he stood quietly in the same spot. It's not that Lu Feng wanted to give up, but he was waiting. I can feel that there is a power of despair brewing in your body. What you have comprehended is the sixth Tao power. The existence of the sixth Tao creates endless time and space, 6 great worlds. This is the true pinnacle of supreme power. You're accumulating despair in order to make the sixth Tao power go crazy, right? Although I hate you, although I want to kill you, but this time I'll give you a chance. I'll let you know the reason behind your death. The sixth Tao force was the true pinnacle of power. Its might could shake the world. It was indescribable. Although it was the pinnacle of supreme power compared to Lu Feng's power of death and the power of the Yellow Springs, it was slightly stronger than these supreme powers. The sixth Tao power created the 6 great worlds of reincarnation. Each of them was a terrifying killing power. When the 6 powers were combined, it was the peak of the sixth Tao power's killing power. It could be said that the sixth Tao power was the true killing power. Its killing power was terrifying. In the present world, it was truly terrifying. Of course, this was not the pinnacle of the sixth Tao power. After all, no one in the universe could comprehend the pinnacle of the sixth Tao power. After all, it was the same as the primitive immortal force. It was an existence that surpassed supreme power. The true sixth Tao power was on the same level as the law immortal force, chaos immortal force, and creation immortal force. It was only slightly weaker than the primitive immortal force. Lu Feng could feel that in the process of being suppressed by him, Feather Ronghua was in despair. Although he was trembling, he did not give up. He was still in a state of madness. In his heart there was despair. Lu Feng knew that if he continued, he would surpass his limit. Perhaps at that time, his despair was sufficient, but his spirit had already collapsed. At that time, he could no longer release any possibility. Such an outcome was not what Lu Feng wanted. For Feather Ronghua, Lu Feng had a strong killing intent in his heart. However, his identity as the monstrous genius of the epic was real. Although Feather Ronghua was stupid, Lu Feng was willing to give him this last chance. This would give him a real chance to kill him. As if to confirm Lu Feng's words, Featheryu, who had no power to fight back on the ground, stood up again. But this time, he was like a stranger to everyone. Although this was the first time these people had seen Featheryu Ronghua in the past few days, when they saw him like this, they felt like they had never seen him before. This was because Featheryu Ronghua gave everyone the feeling that he was no longer a person. There was an indescribable rune flickering in his eyes. At this moment, Featheryu Ronghua's body was surrounded by a kind of crazy aura. This was an extreme madness after the peak of despair. It was a kind of madness that had lost all rationality and was only left with negative emotions. Everyone knew that if these negative emotions had not controlled everything, Featheryu Ronghua would not have been able to condense such a powerful force when facing Lu Feng. When facing Lu Feng, who was in his peak state, he would not have been able to condense such a powerful force. Looking at Lu Feng, Featheryu Ronghua's crazy bloodthirstiness was complete at this moment. The voice that came out of his mouth did not sound like a human's voice. This seemed to be the unseen world of spirits. This was a voice that transcended the present world. Lu Feng, do you know that you are really terrifying? However, it's a pity that you are too arrogant. Since ancient times, how many monstrous geniuses have fallen on their final path like this? Because they were too careless. They lost everything and fell from the altar when they were about to reach the peak of glory. Now, you have made the same mistake as them. This time you can go and die. At this moment, Featheryu Ronghua seemed to have become a new existence, a monstrous existence. The final despair seemed to have released the terrifying devil that had been imprisoned in the depths of his heart for a long time. It made Featheryu Ronghua a truly terrifying existence. The power of Six Dao, it's really the extreme killing force in the legends. The Six Dao reincarnation is the cycle of an era. It's a different kind of life. According to the legends, the existence of the Six Dao reincarnation was a great overlord of the ancient era who imitated the Six Dao reincarnation in the primitive immortal and devil era to create this killing force. Unfortunately, due to the limitations of that overlord, he was unable to achieve the perfect state of the Six Dao reincarnation. That's why the Six Paths of Reincarnation has always been filled with murderous intent. But even so, it's still the most terrifying killing force. When the despair comes, when the soul is completely filled with the Six Dao reincarnation, although he is still himself, he has become a killing puppet. But he has been possessed by that overlord's will and turned into a killing maniac. At this moment, Featheryu Ronghua should be in such a state. An incomparably ancient existence said with a solemn expression. He looked at Featheryu Ronghua at this moment and finally told him everything he knew. Strictly speaking, the current emperor is no longer fighting against the Feather Spectre glory and glory. What he's fighting against is the supreme will of the Overlord who created the Six Dao reincarnation. The Emperor is using a different method to fight against the supreme Overlord from the ancient era. Billions of horrifying. Lu Feng was actually fighting against a supreme Overlord who had created the Six Paths of Reincarnation from countless years ago, on a different kind of battlefield. This is such a terrifying thing. Everyone became silent. They looked at Lu Feng with indescribable complexity in their hearts. However, at this moment when everyone was silent, Lu Feng smiled. Lu Feng smiled. It was an indescribable smile. His voice spread through billions of spaces, as if everyone could hear him clearly. I was careless? Ha ha. Yes, since ancient times, how many monstrous geniuses did the same thing as me and fell at the last step? But they are them and I am me. In the endless time and space, countless monstrous geniuses were born. But I, Lu Feng, am the only one. I am the greatest existence. The only reason they will fail is because all of you might fail. But I will never fail, because I am Emperor Lu Feng. I am Emperor Lu Feng. In my era, I am the greatest existence. I define all my actions as success. Then, I am a success. In my heart, there has never been a failure. I will not be defeated in any of the collisions. The so-called failure due to carelessness was never a reason. This only meant that they were not strong enough. If they were strong enough, it would mean that they were careless. How could they fail? I, Lu Feng, dare to let you reach your current realm. This means that even if you surpass everything, I can still suppress you completely. This was true dominance. This was an emperor that made millions of people tremble in fear and revere. Lu Feng's words seemed to have ignited the blood in the hearts of those deities. No matter how strong one was, there was no need for excuses. Carelessness was an excuse. Your failure did not need an excuse. Everything was because you were not strong enough. This was Lu Feng's will. Lu Feng wanted to clarify everything and everything. Although many deities were still silent, the excitement in their hearts was overflowing with words. They were deities, although they gave people the feeling of supreme majesty. But they had always been human beings who became great deities step by step. Although they were already strong, they still remembered the emotions that belonged to humans. They still had them. They would also be excited. And now, Lu Feng's words were the fire that ignited the excitement in their hearts. Lu Feng stood at the top of the endless void, quietly looking down at the mutated Feather Yu. At this moment, he was a true emperor. And Feather Yu Ronghua was also quietly standing on the stage. He was no longer the complete him. At this moment, when Feather Yu Ronghua pushed the power of 6 paths to the limit, he was no longer the pure Feather Yu Ronghua. At this moment, he was the condensation of the will of the great existence who had condensed the power of 6 paths. 2 pairs of eyes met. In the next moment, they moved. Turbulence. Their gentle movements actually caused turbulence in the void, causing a chaotic phenomenon to appear in the entire space-time. This was a moment of invincibility. It caused millions of people to be shocked. Even 100,000 deities had to retreat. In the endless void, extreme collisions could be heard, causing countless sparkling cracks to appear in the empty void. This was the scene after the void was shattered. It was a scene of powerful killing that could shatter heaven and earth. Many existences felt the peerless killing that occurred when the two collided just now. Even a quasi-life planet would be completely shattered. Violence. This is the ultimate violence. Both of them have completely gone crazy. They have entered a supreme state, and both of them are fighting with all kinds of shocking killing. Who will emerge victorious in this battle? Countless people were shocked and trembling. They were all quietly watching the appearance of the battle, watching the confrontation between the two of them. In the past, Lu Feng's victory was certain. When Lu Feng showed his peak strength, everyone had already believed that Lu Feng would win. However, who would have thought that at the last moment, in the endless abyss of despair, Feather Yu Ronghua actually used all the negative energy that belonged to despair? He actually revived the will of the supreme overlord in the 6 paths power that belonged to the endless era. At this moment, although it was Feather Yu Ronghua's heart, the strange thing was that the one who was fighting with Lu Feng was the terrifying overlord from the endless era. Feather Yu Ronghua was just a poor carrier. One punch was shocking, and one kick was empty. Their bodies were the most terrifying weapons of war in the world. Their existence had almost surpassed the limit of any conventional technology. With a wave of their hands, space and time were shattered. With a stomp, heaven and earth were shattered. A casual strike was enough to shatter a giant city like Paradise City, which was famous in the Federation. It could be said that the power of these two people was the epitome of violence. These two people's bodies are not deities. Their strength is only at the deity realm, but the killing between them is far from being comparable to an ordinary peak deity realm. Feather Yu Ronghua is no longer Feather Yu Ronghua. He is a supreme overlord in a battle. It's normal for him to be able to display such shocking combat power. But why? Why is Lu Feng also so shocking? Chapter 529. How is it that Lu Feng, even though he's one level lower, is still able to make such an unbreakable killing? In the blink of an eye, the two had clashed thousands of times. The void of the entire universe gradually became so mottled and disorderly that it gave off the illusion that the era was withering. Everyone knew that this scene in the universe would be the scene of the entire universe in the future. The era of the War of the Kings was an era of chaos, an era of endless slaughter. Finally, after the extreme collision, Lu Feng returned to the ground. At this moment, Lu Feng was grinning, a terrifying grin. Behind him, the great emperor's shadow displayed a crazy fighting strength. Although it was only a vision, it seemed to possess an unparalleled power that could affect the operation of all space-time. Lu Feng looked at Feather Yurong Hua, who was also standing on the ground. After countless collisions, he finally spoke. The power of six paths, the master of six paths. The peerless overlord of the primitive immortal demonic era, the master of six paths, is indeed amazing. Time is unable to destroy you, allowing you to continue fighting in the future with this method. I know that your will has recovered to its strongest state. So, don't pretend that you can't control it. Between you and me, let's fight. Once upon a time, my ancestor was able to resist the overlord of an era in the endless river of time and space. As for me, I'm not as strong as him right now. But you too aren't the lord of the six Daos, the overlord of an epoch in the immortal and devil age. Today, let me fight to my heart's content. Let me see how terrifying the power of the master of six paths is. Lu Feng had fought to the point of insanity. He could feel that as the battle continued and the supreme killing power erupted, the current Feather Yurong Hua was no longer the real Feather Yurong Hua. His will had been completely replaced in the battle. The one standing in front of Lu Feng was the master of six paths. It was the invincible lord of the six paths who was an eternal overlord in the immortal and devil era. Lu Feng was going to use this special method to fight against the overlord of the epoch during the king's sacrifice. At this moment, in the face of Lu Feng's challenge, Feather Yurong Hua was unusually silent. His head was deeply lowered. At this moment, he seemed to have died. There was no sign of life on his body. However, no one thought that he was dead. That was because the emperor had just said that he wanted to fight. He wanted to fight the lord of the six Daos in a different way. After waiting for an unknown amount of time, the lowered head finally lifted slowly. At this moment, the entire space-time seemed to have changed completely. In a universe between heaven and earth, it was as if a great and unparalleled will had descended. This kind of willpower wasn't shockingly huge, but its existence was irresistible. In an instant, everyone's expression changed drastically. They all thought of the same word at the same time: supreme. Only a supreme could make them submit completely just by sensing his aura. They didn't even have the slightest will to resist. However, in the next moment, this thought disappeared from everyone's mind. This was because they realized that although this aura definitely belonged to a supreme, the existence of this power was too weak, too weak. Finally, they figured it out. Everyone looked towards the center of the field, at the figure who slowly raised his head. I didn't expect that there would be a day where my will would be awake for a short period of time in the endless future. A long sigh shook the entire universe. This was true shock, an indescribable feeling that shocked everyone to the point that they couldn't describe it. Six paths. Master of six paths. The voice was still Feather Yurong Hua's, but everyone could feel that the person who spoke was no longer Feather Yurong Hua. It was the master of six paths now. He was the supreme overlord of the primitive immortal devil era, the one who imitated the real six paths reincarnation force and created this lesser six paths force. He actually woke up. Lu Feng's eyes were filled with endless madness. He, who was facing the master of six paths, wasn't surprised at all. Looking at the master of six paths, Lu Feng slowly raised his arm. Originally, I only wanted to kill him today, but I didn't expect to meet you at such a time. I really want to see if the overlord of the primitive immortal devil era, or I, the taboo king, is stronger among those of the same level. Hearing Lu Feng's words, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. After knowing that the Master of Six Paths had woken up, Lu Feng still wanted to fight. He actually wanted to compete with the Master of Six Paths, who was at the same level as him. Is he crazy or... One of the gods muttered. One of the deities murmured, but the next moment, he was awakened by the person beside him, because he saw that his old friend around him had a slightly crazy look on their faces. Crazy? Or maybe he's crazy. Lu Feng, how can he live up to his name if he's not crazy? But so what? You know what? He wants to fight the Overlord of the epic. He wants to fight the Overlord of the same level as him. What kind of courage is this? What kind of power is this? Based on this alone, he deserves to be called Emperor Lu Feng. He deserves to be called Emperor. The blood in everyone's body boiled even more. After being gods for so long, they felt like they had completely calmed down. However, at this moment, when they saw this hot-blooded battle, their blood started to boil again and again. Lu Feng, kill. Let us see your peerless magnificence. Let us see your unparalleled majesty as an emperor. At this moment, as the voice of a god rang out, the 100,000 gods in the void shouted the same thing at the same time. The current battle was no longer between Lu Feng and Feather Yuronghua. Now, it was a battle between the young Overlord of the Epic and Lu Feng, the Taboo King. This was the most powerful collision between the two great eras of the primitive immortal devil era and the technological era. This was the glory of an era. Looking at Lu Feng, the peerless almighty from the Federation government smiled helplessly. However, his smile was mixed with amusement. Lu Feng is always like this. Every time, he would be able to influence everyone's emotions and make everyone become his loyal subjects. Countless subjects would cheer and pray for him for eternity. Lu Feng seemed to feel that he was actually undergoing a subtle transformation. He felt an indescribable power and a mysterious existence in time and space. Although it did not help him achieve a qualitative improvement, it was this power that made Lu Feng feel as if he had been sublimated. In an instant, Lu Feng understood everything. He looked at the eternal, ancient aura and the majestic Overlord opposite him. He had completely understood the situation. Is this the war of eras? Is this the war of eras between the technological era and the primitive immortal devil era? Time and space, since you are willing to encourage me and cheer for me, how can I fail? How can I fail? Lu Feng's battle prowess had finally recovered to the peak of his limits. Then, the power of the two souls was activated again. In the face of the Master of Six Paths, Lu Feng began to use his maximum power. He was no longer holding anything back. He punched out, combining the 5 supreme powers and condensing the essence of Lu Feng's will. In the face of Lu Feng's attack, the Master of Six Paths' eyes shone with a shocking light. He could feel the supreme realm contained in this attack. It was the condensation of an unparalleled will, a manifestation of lawlessness. In the face of such a supreme attack, the best thing to do was to retreat. But he could not, because he was not Feather You Glory. He was a master of 6 paths. He was the great overlord of that era, the true supreme overlord of the primordial immortal devil era. He represented his own glory, the glory of being the overlord of an era. He represented the glory of an era, the supreme glory of the primitive immortal devil era. He could not retreat. A mere monster like you dares to compete with me, who has achieved great success. You must have a death wish. The Master of 6 Paths was thoroughly enraged. His shocking power raged. Although it was only a supreme power, the 6 Paths power that he used was close to the limit of the 6 Paths power. It was also a peerless attack that could shake the world. At this moment, the void collided with each other. Countless annihilations occurred, and billions of space-time collapsed. Such a scene was comparable to the powerful collision of two great true gods. No one was willing to look away, because they knew that they might not be able to see such a battle even in billions of years. Because this was a battle that transcended space-time. Endless annihilation, truly endless annihilation. No one could describe the magnificence of this moment. Although the two people fighting were not extremely strong, and more than 30% of the 100,000 gods in the field could easily annihilate them into nothingness, the two of them were still very strong. But what they represented now was something that no one could surpass. Even the human kings of the past could not produce such a shocking scene, because at this moment, they represented two different eras. At the moment when billions of annihilations occurred, the two figures stood quietly in the endless sky. The king's sacrifice was not damaged at all. This was something that could withstand the collision of quasi-kings. It was the most precious treasure of the Feather-You clan, the witness of the glory of the divine king. It could not be destroyed easily. Their bodies were not damaged at all, as if this confrontation was only the lowest level of collision for them. Both of their eyes were burning with terrifying battle intent. They were both at the pinnacle of power. Chapter 530. At that instant, Lu Feng burst out laughing. The Overlord of an epoch is indeed powerful when he was young. Your current strength is equivalent to someone who has comprehended at least 6 supreme forces. Lu Feng was not exaggerating at all. He knew that Feather-You Hua, or the Master of 6 Paths, had the strength to comprehend 6 supreme forces. He was even stronger than the Demon King in the past. However, Lu Feng also knew that this was not the Master of 6 Paths at his peak. After all, this was only the descent of his will. Compared to his peak state in the past, the current Master of 6 Paths was nowhere close to his peak state. After all, his current body had already restricted the use of his power. Lu Feng's voice caused the Master of 6 Paths' eyes to undergo a terrifying transformation. He nodded gently, and a smile that would never appear on Feather-You Hua's face was hanging at the corner of his mouth. You two are incomparably shocking. With your strength, you are already one of the top geniuses below the Taboo Monarch. Unfortunately, you are not the Taboo Monarch yet. You are still not close to defeating me at the same level. Lu Feng smiled without commenting. He might not be able to win this battle, but the Master of 6 Paths would not be able to defeat him either. The two of them were on par with one another. Lu Feng might be slightly stronger, but there was a limit to it. It was impossible to determine the outcome of the battle in a short period of time. However, there was one thing that should not be forgotten. The current era was no longer the primitive immortal and demon era. This was the technological era, the era of civilization. This was Lu Feng's era. As the fighting continued, Lu Feng would receive far more epic blessings than the Lord of the 6 Daos. Furthermore, Lu Feng was convinced that the will of the Lord of the 6 Daos wouldn't last as long as he did. Once the time was up, the Master of 6 Paths would disappear. The one who would appear to fight against Lu Feng would be Feather-You Hua again. If it was only Feather-You Glory, Lu Feng could easily die in his extreme state. Therefore, although there was still a certain amount of time, the final result would be that Lu Feng would rise above all others and become the pinnacle existence. However, Lu Feng did not intend to wear down the Master of 6 Dao by relying on time, because this was an insult to the era. He was the emperor. If he wanted to win, he didn't need to be so humble. If he wanted to win, he had to win to his heart's content. Otherwise, what was the point of winning? Taboo King, since you want the battle prowess of a Taboo King, I will give you that battle prowess. Master of the 6 Paths, wake up. This was no longer the era of primordial immortals and devils. This is the era that belongs to me, Emperor Lu Feng. In the void, Qing Mingtian finally appeared. The power of the two souls had already been used, but Lu Feng was just a kind of support. He didn't use such extreme destructive power at all. At the moment when Qing Mingtian appeared, the Master of 6 Dao's expression finally changed. Feeling the invincible majesty in the void, an indescribable feeling appeared in his eyes. This is Qing Mingtian beyond heaven. This is the strongest power of Qing Mingtian heaven. How can you use it? Qing Mingtian heaven. When Lu Feng heard these words, he paused for a moment. He learned Qing Ming Tian heaven from the primordial scripture. The highest realm of Qing Ming Tian heaven was the firmament heaven. However, the master of Six Dao said it was Qing Ming Tian beyond heaven. If that was the case, there was only one possibility. Qing Ming Tian heaven was not the ultimate heaven at all. Above that, there was still Qing Ming Tian beyond heaven. However, even though he understood this, Lu Feng's movements did not slow down at all. In the next moment, Qing Ming Tian heaven covered the entire universe as if it was going to destroy it. This kind of power was too terrifying and too powerful. It was almost equivalent to a powerful attack from a peak god. However, Lu Feng just casually executed such an attack. He didn't seem to be exhausted at all. Invincible. He was completely invincible. At this moment, many people finally understood the description of an emperor in the universe. In a battle of the same level, he is already invincible. Coupled with the supreme immortal technique of Qing Ming Tian heaven, even if he was surrounded by billions of people, as long as Qing Ming Tian heaven fell, everything would be reduced to ashes. This monarch is really too hard to deal with. Finally, Qing Ming Tian heaven fell, annihilating everything in an instant. However, many people understood that this kind of killing was not enough to determine the outcome of the battle. This was because the master of Six Dao and Lu Feng had clashed for billions of times, and they were all at the same level of power. Since they were safe and sound, it proved that this kind of killing was not enough to cause any serious damage to them. Amidst the endless destruction of Qing Ming Tian heaven, the master of Six Dao's hazy and arrogant voice could be heard. However, this kind of killing is just SOSO. Back then, Qing Ming Tian Heaven Lord used his most powerful supreme Qing Ming Tian Heaven, but he was still no match for me. And now, your incomplete green firmament sky is even more impossible to harm me. This is your... The voice did not finish because in the next moment, just as the voice was about to end, a shocking wave of power appeared. In the center of the endless destruction, a figure flew out. He fell heavily on the platform. Vaguely, everyone could see that his body was covered in blood. He struggled to stand up from the ground, but there was a look of disbelief in his eyes. This was the first time the master of Six Dao was amazed by Lu Feng's strength. Dual souls. This is the supreme dual souls divine ability. It's the taboo king. At the moment when Qing Ming Tian Heaven was activated, Lu Feng's original body also made an unparalleled killing move. How could the master of Six Dao not know what this meant? This was the dual souls divine ability, the most powerful supreme dual souls divine ability. The supreme dual soul divine ability was the symbol of the taboo king. It was the most terrifying killing move that only the taboo king could use. Even someone as strong as him, the overlord of an era in the immortal devil era, could not use the dual soul's divine ability. Therefore, at this moment, he was amazed. His heart trembled. I told you, this is my era. In my era, I am the greatest existence. I don't care who you are. From this era onwards, for billions of eras and epochs to come, until the end of the world, I, Lu Feng, am the ruler. I am the only emperor. You have lost. You have lost. It was a very simple word. However, when the word came out, the 100,000 divine spirits felt the same way. That meant that Lu Feng had really won. His opponent had truly been defeated. He looked at Lu Feng in the sky. He looked at that magnificent figure that was protected by the eternal sovereign. The master of Six Dao finally stood up from the ground. He looked at Lu Feng. Suddenly, a strange smile appeared on his face. The taboo king has even comprehended the legendary and most invincible supreme divine ability, the twin souls. Looks like I am the one who is sad. I never thought that the first time I was awakened by an inheritor since the immortal devil era, I would encounter such a monster. A monster that almost did not exist in the immortal devil era. Sad. This time I am really sad. His voice was calm. The moment Lu Feng's dual soul's divine ability appeared, the intense battle became clear. Compared to Lu Feng's original body, they had the same combat strength. However, when Lu Feng's Dual Soul's divine ability appeared, there was no need to say anything more. Dual Soul's divine ability was equivalent to fighting against two Lu Feng. Moreover, the two of them were fighting against each other with perfect teamwork. How could they fight against this? Looks like I don't need to exist anymore. This is the last time. I hope you won't disappoint me. In an instant, the Master of Six Daos, or Feathered Spectre's body, underwent a strange transformation. Vaguely, 6 ancient portals appeared around him. They stood quietly in the void and were completely shut. Their existence was so mysterious that it was indescribable. Just a glance at them could cause one to sink into them and sink into them for eternity. The Grand Ancestor's eyes trembled with fear. Those are the gates of 6 paths of reincarnation. Those are the real gates of reincarnation. Legend has it that the Master of Six Dao created the power of 6 paths when he comprehended the real great 6 paths of reincarnation. It seems like the legend is true. Finally, after what seemed like hundreds of millions of years, the 6 ancient, mysterious, solemn, and eternal portals finally opened. 6 indescribable powers surged out from the portals and began to strengthen the Master of Six Dao's body. At this moment, the Master of Six Dao seemed to be undergoing a terrifying transformation. This is the real reincarnation power, the supreme power of the 6 paths. Unfortunately, the limit of what I can do is to imitate the little 6 paths power. Although it's also a supreme power, it's still lacking compared to the true 6 paths of reincarnation. It's far too lacking. Now, I'm borrowing the power of the gates of 6 paths to unleash my most powerful attack. I'm going to activate the real 6 paths power. I'm going to activate the real 6 paths power that I left behind in the endless time and space. I hope you can survive. His eyes were still dark. The void world was being devoured. No, it's not being devoured. It's reincarnation. The power that appeared from the gates of reincarnation was actually reincarnating all time, space, time, laws, and karma. All the deities sucked in cold breaths, their hearts trembling endlessly. Just the presence of the gates of reincarnation's aura was already so shocking. They couldn't imagine how terrifying the power would be once it was truly born. In the next moment, when the boundless reincarnation chi surged into the Master of Six Dao's body, a voice that sounded like it came from the depths of hell appeared. Emperor, this is the ultimate attack that I've cultivated with all my might. This is the source of my faith. Once upon a time, I hoped that I could rely on this ultimate attack to challenge the few supreme sovereigns. Unfortunately, before I could achieve great success, everything had come to an end. His voice gradually deepened. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on him. They knew that the end of everything meant the end of the greatest era, the primordial immortal demon era. However, the Master of Six Dao didn't seem to want to talk about anything else. He looked at Lu Feng with a burning gaze that seemed capable of annihilating everything. In the primordial immortal demon era, those who could become supreme sovereigns were all taboo kings. I might not be able to clash with them, but it's more than enough for me to use my ultimate attack against you, the embryonic form of the Sovereign Lord. Emperor, let me see if you're strong enough to reign supreme in this era. The moment his voice fell, the gates of Six Dao opened completely. Boundless power poured in and gathered on the Master of Six Dao's body. The craziest slaughter had begun. Chapter 531. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. The 6 paths of heavens, reincarnation billions of times. The 6 paths of reincarnation was the true essence of all reincarnations in the universe. Using endless power to evolve the power of the 6 paths, it could annihilate an endless world, an endless amount of everything. This was the true essence of the 6 paths. This was the most terrifying killing move. In its complete form, It could challenge the ultimate killing move of the immortal devil era's supreme ruler. The terrifying power directly reincarnated all existences, as if it wanted to annihilate the entire universe. This was an indescribably terrifying power. It was a power that made one unable to sense its origin and end. One could only perish in confusion. At this moment, many existences' faces turned pale. All the gods who felt this power felt as if they were about to enter the cycle of reincarnation and disappear completely. Among the 100,000 gods, close to 50% of them were ordinary gods. The power of the six paths of reincarnation was enough to easily annihilate billions of ordinary gods. At this moment, countless existences were retreating rapidly. They were afraid that at the moment of collision, they would be completely annihilated as well. The most extreme level of violence swept out, annihilating the king's sacrificial altar one after another. Indeed, the king's sacrifice could withstand the killing power of a quasi-king. But in front of the power of reincarnation, it was completely unable to resist, because this was the difference in quality. No matter how much power there was, it was incomparable to the ultimate killing move. The four old ancestors of the Lu family were shocked. At this moment, they wanted to make a move. Because the power of reincarnation was too terrifying, it had already surpassed the realm of gods. Any ordinary god could resist it. They believed that under the power of reincarnation, before the brilliance of the six paths of reincarnation, even existences as strong as true gods would be injured. However, at the moment when they wanted to make a move, they saw it. They saw that pair of crazy eyes. They saw that pair of eyes filled with countless wills, filled with the will to win. Those were Lu Feng's eyes. You can reincarnate billions of times, annihilate the endless laws of karma, and use it to challenge the supreme ruler of the immortal devil era. The six paths of reincarnation is indeed invincible. Originally, its first appearance should have shocked the universe. It should have left its name behind for eternity. Unfortunately, the one you met is me. His smile gradually disappeared. In the next moment, the great Emperor Phantom behind Lu Feng finally roared. Endless power emerged, and eternal light was born. Even the shadow of Tontian Fudu presented the most extravagant performance. Boundless magical laws of karma, boundless fated space-time, all of them descended. At this moment, it was a moment of extreme luxury, a moment of extreme brilliance. Lu Feng's eyes were filled with countless theories. At this moment, he was the true supreme emperor, the eternal ruler of billions of space-time. This is my era. I am only supreme. Supreme Dharma, soul, supremacy. The modern era. At the moment when all his power had been accumulated to the peak, Lu Feng's killing caused the world to tremble. His power was above the billions of space-time. At this moment, he experienced all the previous moments. This was a kind of reverence of an era. This was the first time that Lu Feng had been recognized by this era. This was his first time becoming the true incarnation of an era. The appearance of soul supremacy was not a complete technique. It was an extreme state. When he entered the state of supreme supremacy, he was the most eternal and only existence. He was the eternal and paramount ruler. In an instant, space-time collapsed. This was the most terrifying and peerless battle, a confrontation between two great eras, a collision between the young overlord of an era and the taboo king. This was comparable to the strongest attack of the supreme ruler and the strongest attack of the eternal soul supremacy. For a moment, the king's sacrificial ceremony seemed to have entered the era of the quasi-kings. Countless cracks and ravines were everywhere. It was a mess and a hideous scene. However, it was not over yet. Everything was not over yet. The gate of six paths of reincarnation appeared once again. This time, it provided an even more supreme power, a will that vowed to completely annihilate the opponent. The endless roars of the great Emperor Phantom actually affected the order of space-time, completely suppressing the laws of this universe. Countless power poured in even more crazily. The previous collision was not the peak of the collision. There was still a long way to go before it reached the peak. Feeling the power of reincarnation in the void, it was even more incomprehensible. The light in Lu Feng's eyes became even brighter. He never knew what compromise was. He never knew what failure was. He was the emperor, and the emperor was the emperor of everything. He defined everything. Then, his existence was the ultimate taboo that controlled everything. Vaguely, countless heavens appeared in the void, gloomy and gloomy, enveloping the entire universe. Everyone knew that it was the green firmament sky. Lu Feng's dual-souled divine ability was fully activated at this moment. His spirit master's soul finally used the supreme immortal technique, the green firmament sky. One sky, two skies. Looking at the green firmament sky that did not descend for a long time, many existences understood that Lu Feng had started to stack the green firmament sky again. In the battle with the Demon King, Lu Feng had used 8 green firmament skies to stack, shocking the entire universe. This time, he started to stack them again. After all, his opponent this time was the Master of 6 Dao, who was even stronger than the Demon King's clone. Finally, when the 13th green firmament sky was formed, Lu Feng did not continue. In the past, his limit was 8. When he was in the Great Desolation Totem, he had stacked 10. However, when Lu Feng's strength transcended and reached the peak of perfection, the power of the green firmament sky that he used was not only terrifying, but the number of stacks had also started to increase. Now, the 13th green firmament sky seemed to be able to seriously injure a true god. Exterminate. These 3 simple words seemed to be the final judgment of fate. The moment his voice fell, the green firmament sky descended. This was the final collision, Lu Feng's ultimate killing move. The power of the soul supremacy was comparable to the 6 Dao reincarnation after it was endlessly enhanced. When the green firmament sky descended, the 6 Dao reincarnation collapsed. Endless cracks appeared on the 6 door shadows. The endless power that gushed out also appeared to be stagnant. At this moment, the Master of 6 Dao's face was filled with sorrow. This was his last expression because in the next moment, the 6 Dao reincarnation door finally collapsed completely. Endless annihilation washed over everything. In an instant, everything was turned into ashes. Time and space had really collapsed. No, Feather Spirit Lin Huang had gone crazy. He wanted to stop everything because he could not watch Feather Spirit Ronghua die like this. Although the Master of 6 Dao had failed, the body and the soul still belonged to Feather Spirit Ronghua. In such an annihilation, Feather Spirit Ronghua could only be safe if he used a secret treasure. Unfortunately, in the king's sacrifice, the laws had been restricted and changed. Secret treasures and weapons could not be used at all. Therefore, under Lu Feng's ultimate killing move, Feather Spirit Ronghua was definitely going to perish and turn into nothingness. How could he allow such a thing to happen? How could he allow such a thing to happen? It was a pity that everything had happened too quickly. All the collapse happened in a single thought, and all the killing was completed in an instant. The king's sacrifice was a battleground for the ultimate battle between quasi-kings. Even Feather Nether and Lin Huang could not easily change it. Therefore, the only thing he could do was to roar in anger. He could only watch as everything unfolded before his eyes. Lu Feng stood at the pinnacle of the world. This time he won. He had won once again. He won all 3 kings' battles. The first time, he started a king's battle and defeated a heavenly king. The second time, he defeated the taboo king's demon king clone and was invincible for a time. This time it was the third time. The third time, he had defeated not only a monstrous genius, but also a young overlord of an epic. He defeated the Master of 6 Dao, the supreme overlord of the primordial immortal demonic era, an ancient overlord who dominated an area in the immortal demonic era. Among the three kings' battles, his victory this time was the least suspenseful. However, this time, it was the most glorious and magnificent. This was because he represented the battle of an era. He represented the victory of this era. Many people looked at Lu Feng. Whether they were not as strong as him or those who were far stronger than Lu Feng, they could only look at him with endless admiration. The emperor is going to be invincible. The king's battle era will become his era. If the immortal king does not appear, if the demon king does not appear, then in this era, who can be compared to him? Apart from the taboo king, in many people's hearts, there was no one who could be compared to Lu Feng. They could not imagine that Lu Feng could break through all the shackles in such a short time and enter the peak of the perfect stage. This kind of cultivation level already belonged to the realm of great success among the younger generation. Although there were many geniuses who started cultivating earlier, their cultivation base was now in demigod level 2, demigod level 3, or even peak demigod level 3. However, Lu Feng was not far away from those people. Even the epic geniuses who were demigod level 2 would be on par with Lu Feng. Therefore, Lu Feng was now almost invincible among the younger generation. However, I wonder what will happen this time. Almost everyone who came back to their senses sighed deeply. They knew that Feather Gloom, who had lost the Master of Six Paths will, would definitely die in such a collision, let alone epic geniuses. Even the death of the Killer King was enough to cause endless collisions between the two peak overlords. However, the one who died now was an epic geniuses. If it were not for the King's battle era, such a genius might not even be born in an entire era. Just when everyone was silent, someone suddenly let out a trembling voice. In an instant, everyone cast their gazes over, and at that moment, countless cries of surprise rang out. Feather Gloom and Lin Huang stared blankly at the arena. He could not accept it at all, because he could not imagine that things would turn out like this. Lu Feng's eyes were filled with complicated emotions at the moment. There was silence. A long silence. A moment later, he finally let out a long sigh. His cold eyes finally collapsed completely, and the boundless killing intent slowly disappeared at this moment. Looking at the figure in the arena, Lu Feng let out a long sigh and finally lowered his head respectfully. "Senior, you're here." In the arena, Feather Gloom had completely fainted. However, there was still an aura of life around him. All of this proved that he was not dead yet. The reason he did not die in such a shocking attack was not because of how terrifying his ability was. Everything was because of the existence beside him. Beside him, there was an existence that stood quietly. Senior. This was Lu Feng Senior. Among the countless existences present, apart from Lu Feng, no one knew him and no one knew his identity. The reason why Lu Feng knew him was because of his help. He had helped Lu Feng selflessly countless times. Lu Feng really did not know his name. The only thing he knew was what this senior told him. His title was God Slaughterer. Chapter 532. The heavens are tyrannical, and the earth can be slaughtered. Lu Feng could still vaguely remember the origin of this name. Between Lu Feng and Tu Tianshan, Lu Feng had very deep feelings. Back then, he had entered the Massacre Abyss with Tu Tianshan's help. Eventually, he had been called the Massacre Emperor and entered the core area of the Massacre Abyss. Furthermore, he had been able to condense his own cultivation technique and improve his cultivation base so quickly because of Tu Tianshan's constant help over the past month. After all, Tu Tianshan was a true supremacy. What a great honor, treatment, and gift it was to have a supremacy as one's training partner. It could be said that Lu Feng had been able to enter the core area of the Massacre Abyss with Tu Tianshan's help and quickly improve his cultivation base there. Although he had stopped in front of the Supreme Door and hadn't been able to unlock the final secret, on the other hand, Lu Feng had obtained endless benefits. In fact, the reason he was able to comprehend the power of death was also because of that incident. At the moment, Tu Tianshan had appeared once again. This time, he had appeared abruptly and indifferently in front of Lu Feng. However, this time, unlike when he had helped Lu Feng in the past, he had saved Feather Yuronghua. If it had been someone else, Lu Feng wouldn't have given up no matter what. However, when it was Tu Tianshan, Lu Feng really couldn't say or do anything. After all, he owed Tu Tianshan too much. Upon hearing Lu Feng's words, Tu Tianshan smiled and nodded gently. With a step, he had already arrived beside Lu Feng. Tu Tianshan looked at Lu Feng quietly. At the moment, a gratified look appeared in his eyes. Lu Feng, you really didn't disappoint me. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng's eyes flickered slightly. Other people's praise was really nothing to him. He had already heard all kinds of exclamations and cheers. However, Tu Tianshan's praise made Lu Feng's heart flutter slightly. After all, in Lu Feng's eyes, although he and Tu Tianshan did not address each other as such on the surface, but Tu Tianshan was a figure equivalent to his master. Senior, during these years, Lu Feng wanted to say something, but Tu Tianshan just waved his hand slightly. I know. Actually, I've been quietly watching you all this time. I'm very pleased with your performance. I know that the person I value has not let me down. Lu Feng didn't say anything, but his heart was filled with emotions. He believed Tu Tianshan's words. Lu Feng knew that Tu Tianshan had said that he had been protecting him all this time. If so, then he was really protecting him. Moreover, Lu Feng now understood and had completely guessed it. He knew that Tu Tianshan was not some virtual king almighty. He was definitely a supreme-level existence, or perhaps a foreign path supreme-level existence. This was a foreign path supreme-level existence that had never appeared in the human tribe before. He had amazing power, but had been hidden until now. Tu Tianshan hesitated for a moment as he looked at Lu Feng. Then he said, Lu Feng, let him off this time for my sake. After all, he wasn't the one who arranged all this. Although Yuyo Qingran has suffered all kinds of torture, the Yuyo clan is still her clan. In the past, a supreme-level existence of the Yuyo clan helped me before. This time, I'll treat it as returning the favor. So, for my sake, let's end this matter like this. Lu Feng remained silent. After a long time, he finally nodded his head gently and said slowly, as long as she is not in any danger, as long as she doesn't suffer this kind of pain in the future, I'll let it go this time. A smile appeared in Tu Tianshan's eyes. In the future? Now, Lu Feng's performance was enough to shock everyone. With Lu Feng's existence, how could the Yuyo clan still treat Yuyo Qingran like that? As long as Lu Feng was alive, even if Yuyo Qingran continued to stay in the Yuyo clan, she would not suffer any pain. This I can guarantee. Furthermore, if you're still worried, you can pick her up and let her leave with you. Pick her up and let her leave with you. In an instant, Lu Feng's eyes lit up. Yes, taking her with him and leaving, was this not what he had imagined countless times? Now, he was strong enough to protect her. So, why would he still leave her in the Yuyo clan, a place that made her endlessly sad? I understand, Senior, I know what to do. Tu Tianshan chuckled and nodded. In the next moment, he disappeared from where he was and appeared in front of Lin Huang. Along with him was Yuyo Ronghua. Gently waving his hand, he threw Yuyo Ronghua in front of Lin Huang. Tu Tianshan did not like Yuyo Ronghua either. In his opinion, 10,000 Yuyo Ronghua could not be compared to Lu Feng. If it was not for the kindness of the past, if it was not for Lu Feng, then Yuyo Ronghua's life and death had nothing to do with him. Although he saved him, Tu Tianshan did not care about Yuyo Ronghua's existence at all. Seeing that Yuyo Ronghua was still alive, Lin Huang was extremely excited at this moment. He did not mind Tu Tianshan's attitude at all. Of course, he did not dare to mind. At this moment, seeing Tu Tianshan's arrival, the four supreme ancestors of the Lu clan, Yuyo Lin Huang, and Yuyo Qingran bowed at the same time. Greetings, Your Majesty. In an instant, the entire time seemed to have frozen. Everyone looked at each other and saw the color of disbelief in each other's eyes. Your Majesty, greetings, Your Majesty. This was not a big deal, because when they met Yuyo Lin Huang and the other supreme ancestors of the Liu clan alone, they had to respectfully address them like this. However, at this moment, the ones who said these words were the four supreme ancestors of the Liu clan, Yuyo Lin Huang. Their identities were abnormally honorable, and in the current world, they belonged to the top existence below the Supremes. However, at this moment, they were addressing the inexplicable existence in front of them as Your Majesty. Then, this person's identity was obvious. At this moment, everyone was stirred at the same time, and they all knelt in the direction of Tu Tianshan. The voices of 100,000 gods converged into a single sound, and in an instant, the universe seemed to be shaking. We greet Your Majesty the Supremes. Supremes. Only as Supremes could make the four supreme ancestors of the Liu clan and Yuyo Lin Huang, the supreme ancestor of the Yuyo clan, respectfully address them as Your Majesty. No one would have thought that a Supremes would come. A supreme being expert had actually appeared. Everyone was extremely curious about this supreme being that had appeared. They had already seen clearly that this mysterious Supremes who had appeared were neither from the Liu clan nor the Yuyo clan. It seemed that no one knew who he was. This caused everyone to be confused. However, deep in their hearts, these deities were incomparably excited. This was because this was a Supremes belonging to the human race. In this chaotic era, where ferocious times had already appeared, if one wanted to be safe, then one would need to be powerful. Obviously, another Supremes had appeared in the human race. This would bring endless benefits to the human race. Looking at the many existences, Tu Tianshan stretched out his arm and waved it gently. In an instant, everyone completely raised their bodies. At this moment, even the four supreme ancestors and Yuyo Lin Huang were the same. No one could see the look of horror in the eyes of the five supreme ancestors. Others might think that this was the power of a Supremes of the heretics. After all, a Supremes of the heretics had unlimited power, and it could be said that there was nothing in the universe that was impossible. It was reasonable for a Supremes of the heretics to be able to do this. However, what the five supreme ancestors felt was completely different. They were all true quasi-kings, and they were all Supremes of the heretics who were at the peak of the Supremes of the heretics. And what they felt was naturally not something these ordinary people could imagine. Perhaps the Supremes of the heretics could do such a power of the heretics, but the endless mysteries and laws of the smelting, the entanglement of fate and karma that existed at all times, and the engraving and attachment of the universe mark were all things that Supremes of the heretics could not do. To do this, there was only one kind of existence. That was the peerless divine king. This Tu Tianshan was not a Supremes of the heretics at all. He was indeed the divine king. Thinking of this possibility, the five supreme ancestors were extremely shocked. After the most terrifying collision 600 years ago, the last peerless divine king of the human tribe fell into chaos, and the divine king fell. Until now, no other Supremes of the human tribe had appeared. There was a saying among the Yuyo tribe that the human tribe's luck had run out. Since then, once the human tribe withdrew from the stage of history, they would forever fall from the position of the top Overlord race. With such a saying, no one was surprised. This was because in the past, although the human tribe's divine king supreme could not be said to have appeared a few times in every era. However, the interval between the appearance of the divine king supreme had never been more than 100 years. If it had not been for the existence of the most terrifying and evil curse in the universe, the curse of the divine king supreme, the current human tribe would have had at least a dozen Supremes of the divine king appear at the same time. However, in the past 600 years, the human tribe had never had a supreme appear. Although there were Supremes of the heretics during this period, they were still Supremes of the heretics. Although they had the power of the divine king supreme, in terms of suppressing luck, they were far from being comparable to the divine king. This was also the reason for those rumors, and also the reason why the appearance of Lu Feng, made the entire human tribe extremely nervous. It seems that the luck of the human tribe has never been cut off. It's not that the human tribe did not have a divine king supreme, but that the divine king supreme who appeared was deeply hidden. At this moment, this was the same thought in the hearts of the 5 supreme ancestors. The appearance of Tu Tianshan was undoubtedly a real cardiac stimulant, allowing their suspended hearts to slowly relax. It allowed them to safely face the provocation of any race before Lu Feng's generation reached great success. The 5 peerless and invincible existences all understood that the human tribe had really risen. They had a peerless divine king and several supremes of the heretics. In the current era, even the Emperor clan was no match for them. The human tribe had returned to the ranks of a number 1 race in the world. Chapter 533. Looking at the 5 people's shocked expressions, Tu Tianshan also understood that they had already guessed everything. He smiled gently. The prosperity of the human clan is never something that other clans can imagine. The death of the divine king, the chaos stabilizer, is not the beginning of the decline of the human clan, but the beginning of a great era for the human clan. With the start of the War of the Kings, the human clan has produced 3 exceptional geniuses, including Lu Feng, who belongs to the taboo king of the primordial immortal and devil era. This has already proved one thing. That is, the human clan is about to start a truly prosperous era. If someone else were to say these words, they would at most just smile and take it as a compliment or consolation. However, at this moment, these words were said by a peerless divine king of the human clan. This caused the hearts of the few people to tremble. In this era, the exceptional geniuses that have emerged from the human clan are unprecedentedly exaggerated, almost reaching the point of looking down on the universe. The appearance of Lu Feng has brought the human clan's fortune to the most prosperous point. Therefore, the human clan will definitely usher in the most prosperous golden era, the era of true invincibility, the era of true supremacy. Even in the era of the human king, and the Emperor Divine King, in this era of technological civilization where the strongest existences existed at the same time, they had never felt that the human clan was truly invincible, the era of true supremacy. However, at this moment, when Lu Feng had appeared, when the 3 exceptional geniuses of the human clan had appeared, Tu Tianshan, the true supreme of the universe, and the peerless divine king, had said such words. This caused their hearts to tremble endlessly, to tremble completely. These existences were all excited at this moment. No matter what, although they were all existences of various big families, they were all part of the human clan first and foremost. If the human clan could obtain a supreme status, then they would also receive unimaginable help. Therefore, when they saw the prosperity of the human clan, they were also jubilant and excited from the bottom of their hearts. Tu Tianshan chuckled and nodded. Unfortunately, no one could see that deep in his eyes there was a hint of worry. Looking at Featheryu and Lin Huang, Tu Tianshan said directly, "Give up on that girl from your clan. Let her walk out. Treating a girl like this, you guys have really gone too far." Lin Huang fell silent for a moment as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. He knew that if Yu Qingran was still around, they could have created a king of slaughter in the long run. However, now that things had come to this, would they still dare to do so? For the sake of Yuyo and Qingran, Lu Feng even wanted to kill their only monstrous genius of the new age. Judging from the attitude of the Lu family, they were completely supportive of Lu Feng. It could be said that the human monarch Lu family wouldn't help them if they had to choose between Lu Feng and the Netherfeather Emperor's bloodline. Moreover, looking at the attitude of the peerless divine king now, he completely understood. The peerless divine king obviously valued Lu Feng very much. If he did not hand him over, the most that would happen was that there would be another king of slaughter. With Featheryu Ronghua around, it didn't matter if there was another king of slaughter. It was completely irrational to offend the human monarch Lu family and the divine king for the sake of a dispensable genius. Furthermore, in Lin Huang's heart, the person he feared the most was still Lu Feng. The combat strength that Lu Feng had displayed today had caused endless fear to rise in people's hearts. What Lu Feng had displayed was not only a genius in terms of talent, but also an unparalleled speed of improvement. 2 months ago, before the battle with the Demon King, he was only at beginner stage upheaval. However, 2 months later, he had actually reached such a level, reaching the peak of his strength. Now, in the face of any existence below the true god level, no matter if it was an ordinary god or a true invincible genius, Emperor Lu Feng, was completely invincible. Such strength was far from what any genius of any era could compare to. In the previous battle, before Lu Feng had truly displayed his strongest state, Feather Yu Ronghua had already lost the slightest resistance. Even if the will of the supreme overlord of the primitive immortal devil age, the master of six Dao, had appeared, it would still be crushed to pieces under Lu Feng's full combat strength. This kind of monstrous talent caused everyone to be alarmed. It was because of Lu Feng's existence that Feather Yu Ronghua dared not detain Feather Yu Qingran anymore. He wanted her to be like before, a tool for the transformation of the Feather Clan's bloodline. All the thinking was completed in an instant. Feather Yu Lin Huang smiled slightly, looked at Tu Tianshun, and said respectfully, "Since it's your Majesty's request, I dare not say anything more." Tu Tianshun smiled slightly. He knew that the result would be like this. After all, Feather Yu Lin Huang was not an idiot. It was definitely not worth offending him and the Lu family at once. Moreover, Lu Feng's existence was like a towering mountain peak. Such a divine king was destined to be the taboo king, who even hoped to surpass the human king. No organization dared to offend him. At this moment, Lu Feng had already come to their side from the king's sacrifice. He looked at Feather Yu Lin Huang's eyes, which were still filled with endless coldness. Looking at Feather Yu Ronghua, who had already fallen into a coma beside Lin Huang, Lu Feng smiled mockingly. "I hope this is the last time you'll clash with me. This time, for your sake, I can let him go. However, I hope there won't be a next time." Although Lu Feng's ability was far inferior to Feather Yu Lin Huang's, and there was no comparison between the two of them at all. However, Lu Feng dared to say such a thing. At this moment, his aura was unprecedentedly strong because he was no longer Lu Feng. His victory against the Master of Six Dao had not only brought about his own victory, but also the victory of their era. Under completely fair circumstances, Lu Feng had won. He had won so domineeringly and without any suspense. He had made the Master of Six Dao admit his failure and his inadequacy directly. Therefore, the victory this time was a victory that belonged to their era. Therefore, at this moment, Lu Feng was the embodiment of an era. His aura was incomparably terrifying. Feather Yu Lin Huang naturally felt Lu Feng's terrifying aura, but he was not surprised at all. After all, Lu Feng's victory was just too glorious. Looking at Lu Feng, Feather Yu Lin Huang hesitated for a moment. Eventually, he said, "This is the last time. From now on, the Feather Yu clan will no longer have anything to do with you, the Emperor. The bloodline of Emperor you might have lost, but it was a complete defeat. However, they still had the glory of the Divine King clan. In the face of Lu Feng's threat, Feather Yu clan would not have done this if the current situation did not allow it. The attitude that Feather Yu clan displayed at this moment was already Lin Huang's limit of tolerance. Naturally, Lu Feng knew this too. He nodded slightly and did not continue to say anything arrogant. After all, he was facing an invincible almighty. Although he hated him, he should at least show some respect. In the next moment, Lu Feng turned around and flew toward Emperor Planet. Next to him, the four patriarchs did the same thing, flying along with Lu Feng. However, before leaving, the Lu clan's grand ancestor stopped and looked at Feather Yu Lin Huang. "This time, our request for victory is to release Feather Yu Qingran. There is nothing else." The grand ancestor was also a bright and magnanimous person. This victory, Lu Feng represented the victory of the era, and they were already satisfied. As for anything else, they really did not want anything else. This request was previously agreed upon with Lu Feng. Now that they had won, although they had confirmed Feather Yu Qingran's safety. However, the Grand Ancestor would not ask for anything else. After all, if he asked for anything else, and Lu Feng found out in the end, there would inevitably be some misunderstandings. This was not what the Grand Ancestor wanted to see. In Emperor Feather Yu clan, there was nothing that they coveted at all. Even if there was, it was absolutely incomparable to Lu Feng. Therefore, the Grand Ancestor did not hesitate at all and directly stated the request that had been said in advance. Hearing this, Feather Yu Lin Huang nodded gently. The next moment, he had disappeared into the void. Lu Feng did not know Feather Yu Qingran's location. Therefore, before Lu Feng arrived, he needed to go back in advance to make arrangements. After a moment, everything in the void disappeared. The brilliant king's sacrifice from before had also been put away by Feather Yu Lin Huang in an instant. Soon, there was no one left in the void of the universe. The 100,000 gods all stood in place somewhat strangely. Among them, there was unwillingness, relief, amazement, and jealousy. It had to be said that in terms of scale, the Emperor Star was much larger than the humanoid star. It was not the size of the planet, but the style of the buildings here. On the humanoid star, there were mainly ancient and solemn buildings, but here there were towering, giant buildings everywhere. However, only some ordinary people thought that the Emperor Star was better than other Emperor Stars. Their knowledge was limited, and they could not see the true essence of it. In the eyes of those peak powerhouses, the situation was completely different. Although there were no luxurious buildings on the humanoid star, the humanoid star gave people a truly extreme feeling. This was because the buildings on the humanoid star were all existences with legendary origins. In these buildings, a kind of brilliant essence was smelted with a kind of historical precipitation, a kind of foundation of the era. Almost every building had a glorious legend in it. All of this was far from being comparable to the Emperor Star. Regarding these buildings, Lu Feng only casually glanced at them. At this moment, although his appearance was still incomparably calm, Lu Feng's heart was already in turmoil. This was a kind of excitement that was more complete than when he had obtained the heavenly Fudu and undergone a terrifying transformation. Chapter 534. The arrival of Lu Feng and the others gave the entire Emperor Star a strange feeling. In the universe, the terrifying collisions continued to appear. Even mortals could clearly feel it. Furthermore, these people had witnessed the entire process. In the opinion of Emperor Yu Yu's bloodline, victory was certain. Therefore, before they left, they had already used the Emperor Star satellite to broadcast the entire battle clearly. Although it was impossible to fully display the ultimate confrontation, many residents of the Emperor Star, including many direct descendants and collateral descendants of Emperor Yu Yu's bloodline, had witnessed the scene of Lu Feng crushing Emperor Yu Yu's glory and splendor. Naturally, when they saw Lu Feng's arrival, these people were bewildered. Although Lu Feng had humiliated Emperor Yu Yu's bloodline, it was still a great humiliation. However, for many people, this wasn't too much of a problem. After all, this universe was a world where the strong were respected. With strength, one should be respected, even in the face of enemies. Therefore, the direct descendants and collateral descendants of Emperor Yu Yu's bloodline watched Lu Feng and the others with curiosity and anger. The only people who had arrived with Lu Feng were the patriarch of the Lu family, the four patriarchs Lu Feng, and Tu Tianxin. Of course, such strength was enough to severely injure a pinnacle overlord race. After all, the four patriarchs had the strength of a true peak-level overlord. As for Tu Tianxin, he was a reclusive supreme divine king of the human clan. Such strength was enough to shock the world. Therefore, although the number of people who had arrived was small, they weren't worried at all. The place where Lu Feng and the others had arrived was the core area of the Emperor's bloodline, which was in front of the Emperor's sacred palace. Strange emotions flashed across their eyes as they looked at the palace, which was far taller and more luxurious than the human monarch hall. Lu Feng, this is the Emperor's sacred palace. Legend has it that the Emperor, the Divine King, refined dozens of Grade 9 divine items and finally refined them into a true Grade 10 artifact. Although it isn't his martial path avatar, the power of power is terrifying. It's not inferior to any Grade 10 martial path avatar. Lu Feng nodded gently. It only took an instant for him to feel it. Although the Emperor's sacred palace was also incomparably luxurious and gorgeous, it was different from the surrounding buildings. The Emperor's sacred palace clearly had a kind of restrained supreme dignity. This was the lingering will of a supreme being. It was fundamentally different from the surrounding luxurious buildings. However, the Emperor's sacred palace is still lacking compared to the human monarch hall of the Lu family. The great patriarch smiled faintly to Tianshun, who was next to him. Until now, many people had thought that the human monarch hall of the Lu family was just a replica built by the descendants of the Lu family to commemorate the real human monarch hall of the past. Although it had reached the level of a Grade 10 artifact, there was still a huge gap between it and the human monarch hall of the past. However, no one would have thought that the human monarch hall was the real human monarch hall. It was the legendary pinnacle Grade 12 artifact that could withstand the great calamity of the universe. Lu Feng naturally understood what the great patriarch meant by the human monarch hall. He smiled and nodded gently without saying anything. When a few of them arrived in front of the palace, the main door of the Emperor's sacred palace opened with a loud bang. Countless rays of light flickered. Billions of rays of light paved the way. The whole world seemed to have entered the Holy Land of the Holy Land. It was filled with a kind of supreme splendor. This was a form of etiquette. It was the highest form of etiquette that the Yu Emperor's descendants used to welcome guests. Although they did not welcome these people from the bottom of their hearts, they still did not lack the necessary etiquette. After all, they were the Divine King clan. Although they had failed this time, they had never given up on the idea of surpassing the human monarch Lu family. Moreover, Tu Tianshun, the incomparably mysterious human supreme Divine King, was among them. Amidst the endless radiance, a few figures slowly walked out. The leader was Lin Huang of the Yu Emperor, who had just rushed back in advance. Next to him were the clan leader of the Yu Emperor's descendants, the two Yu ancestors, and a few peerless great ancestors of the Yu clan. As soon as they met, they greeted Tu Tianshun with the most respectful etiquette. In the face of this, Tu Tianshun just waved his arm indifferently. If he wanted to enjoy such luxurious treatment, he would have revealed his identity. Since he had chosen to be mysterious and to live in seclusion, it meant that Tu Tianshun did not care about these things at all. Therefore, after seeing Tu Tianshun's action, the people of the Yu Emperor's descendants put away the cumbersome etiquette. Your Majesty, welcome to the Yu clan. At this moment, only the Yu Lin Huang of the Yu clan was qualified to speak. After all, in front of the human supreme Divine King, even the clan leader of the Yu clan was just an ant. Tu Tianshun nodded gently and did not say anything. At this time, Lin Huang of the Yu clan finally turned his gaze to Lu Feng. Since you are here, then I will ask someone to take you to her place. From now on, she has nothing to do with the Yu Emperor's descendants. And between you and us, there is no longer any relationship. Between us, whether the relationship is good or bad, there is nothing left. From now on, you, Emperor Lu Feng, and the Yu Emperor's descendants, there is nothing left. Lu Feng smiled. He did not want to have anything to do with the Yu Emperor's descendants. Lu Feng didn't have a good impression of the Yu clan. Ever since he saw Yu Feng Yu, a descendant of the Yu Emperor's bloodline in the Heavenly Heaven City, to Yu Qi Jian in the Great Desolate Totem, Lu Feng didn't have a good impression of the Yu clan. Now, they treated Yu Qingran for their own selfish reasons. Lu Feng had long held a deep grudge against this family. If it wasn't for Tu Qianxin's appearance, if they didn't tactfully let go of Yu Qingran, then in the future, when Lu Feng reached the supreme peak, he would definitely come here again and make the Yu clan pay the price. A moment later, a peerless ancestor walked out from beside Lin Huang of the Yu clan. He looked at Lu Feng and nodded gently, then turned around. Seeing this, Lu Feng did not say a word. He knew that the Yu Emperor's descendants were disgusted with him, even hated him, but he was the same. Since they did not want to talk, Lu Feng naturally would not say anything. Following the peerless ancestor of the Yu Emperor's descendants, Lu Feng walked directly into the deepest part of the Emperor's holy palace. Seeing Lu Feng leave, the few of them did not have any strange emotions. They all knew that under the watch of Tu Tianxin, Lu Feng was not in any danger. Unless the Emperor, Divine King, did not die, Lu Feng would never be in the slightest danger here under the watch of Tu Tianxin. The Lu family's ancestors sat quietly in the main hall, waiting for Lu Feng's return. Yu Qingran's existence was a supreme treasure to the entire Yu clan. Otherwise, they would not have been willing to waste a grade 9 god item to ask the Lu family for help. It should be known that in the eyes of the Yu Emperor's descendants, asking for help from the Lu family was a very shameful thing. Yu Qingran's bloodline was too special. It could produce a special kind of blood, and this blood could constantly refine the concentration of the Yu clan's bloodline. If this was not the case, Yu Ronghua would not have been able to reach the level of a monstrous genius in this era. It was a pity that Yu Ronghua's first appearance, the first appearance of the seventh monarch of the universe, had ended in such an awkward situation. His existence had completely become a foil to Lu Feng's. Lu Feng could feel that they had already covered a distance of no less than 10,000 miles as they continued to move forward. Of course, Lu Feng did not feel anything strange about this situation. As a grade 10 object, how could it not have an internal space? It should be known that the inside of the Lu family's Human King Hall was a completely independent world. It was not just 10,000 miles, but even billions of miles. Finally, the two of them arrived in front of a huge hall. At this moment, the peerless patriarch of the Yu clan stopped in his tracks and looked at Lu Feng. He said coldly, "He is inside. You can go in by yourself." After saying this, he left without looking back. Lu Feng stood quietly in the same spot, looking at the grand hall, but he didn't have any mood to admire it. At this moment, his arms were actually trembling slightly. Lu Feng's body had never trembled in the slightest when he had fought against the three monstrous geniuses and clashed with the master of the six paths. However, at this moment, when he was facing a door, he felt a panicky feeling in the bottom of his heart. Lu Fenglai was unfamiliar with this. After taking a deep breath, Lu Feng finally pushed open the huge door and took a step forward. As he looked at the figure lying quietly on the bed, Lu Feng's heart kept pounding. Excitement. At this moment, Lu Feng's heart was filled with indescribable excitement. He had never been as excited as he was now. Finally, one step after another, Lu Feng slowly walked forward. She seemed to have heard Lu Feng's footsteps. On the huge crystal bed, the bright and beautiful figure slowly sat up. Her back was still facing Lu Feng. Lu Feng, on the other hand, did not utter a single sound. At this moment, the world was completely silent. At this moment, time seemed to have frozen for eternity. 1 minute, 2 minutes. In a trance, 10 minutes passed just like that. However, the two of them were still in the same state as before. Her back was facing Lu Feng. She never turned her head. Everything was so quiet and peaceful. Finally, another 10 minutes passed. She finally turned her head and looked at him. Her empty eyes suddenly shone with an indescribable brilliance. At this moment, everything seemed to have lost its brilliance. Everything seemed to have faded away. All the vicissitudes of life seemed to have become a thing of the past. All the excitement couldn't be described in this moment. He looked at her quietly. She looked at him quietly. He wanted to laugh, but what came out of his laughter were tears. She wanted to laugh, but what came out of her laughter were tears as well. The two of them looked at each other quietly and peacefully. Finally, her lips slowly parted. You're still a man. You failed to keep your promise. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Why did you come so late? Her voice was intermittent, but she still managed to finish her sentence. The moment she finished speaking, the corners of her lips curled into a beautiful arc. Tears slowly flowed down her cheeks. It was so beautiful and so sad. At the last moment, when she finished speaking, she even tried her best to squeeze out a smile and put on a playful look. However, the smile at this moment was so heartbreaking. Looking at that gloomy face, Lu Feng's heart trembled violently. His lips trembled slightly as if he wanted to say something. However, at this moment, any words would be useless. All Lu Feng could do was to let the tears flow down his face, but he was unable to say anything. His heart was so cold, yet so hot at the same time. Finally, Lu Feng took countless deep breaths. After letting the tears flow down completely, he said with difficulty, "Yes, I failed to keep my promise. I once said that if I was still around after 10 years, I would definitely find you and bring you back even if you were at the end of the world, at the peak of the universe, or at the end of the world. But I was too late. I failed to keep my promise. If I was still around after 10 years, I would definitely find you and bring you back even if you were at the end of the world, at the peak of the universe, or at the end of the world. However, I really came too late. I came so late. After the tears fell, more tears appeared. They were even more turbulent tears. Lu Feng didn't cry. He had never cried when he had faced the torture of billions of years, the test of life and death, and the countless times he had sunk into oblivion. But at this moment, he couldn't stop his tears no matter what. They poured down like a waterfall, gushing out like a spring. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.